I'm Derek Fildebrandt, publisher of the Western Standard. You're with us on the evening of the English Federal Leader Party. Let me start over. The English debate of the federal party leaders. Pierre Poilievre of the Conservatives, Mark Carney of the Liberals, Jagmeet Singh of the NDP, and Francois Blanchet of the Bloc Québécois will be facing off. We've got a great program planned here. I've got my usual crew joining me here. I've got Nigel Hannaford, opinion editor of the Western Standard, and Cory Morgan, senior Alberta columnist.
Good evening.
And we're going to bring in, we're going to go straight away because I know she's got to run fast, but we've got Western Standard reporter Jen Hodgson coming to us from windy Montreal. Hopefully she doesn't have wings on. I think she. Oh, now you're sideways, Jen. Jen, you're sideways. There you go.
Sorry, guys, just getting set up here with the live stream.
Yeah. So
the wind.
Jen is on the ground in Montreal for the Western Standard right now. She was at the French leaders debate last night. She'll be in there again covering it, asking questions of the party leaders. So we are going to we're just going to talk about what had happened with the debate last night. We're going to talk about what we expect to happen tonight, and then we're just going to let the leaders go. We'll have some post-debate commentary. We'll also cover the press conferences immediately after the debate where Jen is there. Let's just start with you, Jen, talking about last night. Jen has the dubious distinction of being the only Western Standard employee who speaks French, which made her a natural selection to send to made her the natural choice to send to the debate, especially for the French one in Montreal. Jen, I think a lot of people have seen the clips of the debate last night, but not everybody because it was French and dubbed over for, the most Albertans like me. What were the big highlights to you last night, and who do you think, did anyone come up on top?
You know, I never thought that I would say this, Derek, but I think that Blanchet actually won the debate last night. He was the most... It was a French debate, yeah, but just in terms of his pointedness, he did make an interesting comment that was quite funny about the strawberries, because if you remember, Mark Carney was stumped by a journalist a couple of months ago, admitting, when he was asked if he bought American strawberries, he admitted that actually he doesn't even do his own shopping. Last night, Blanchet took a big jab at Carney by saying that was one item that he would give up, but that actually leads me to the point that the questions were quite softball. So questions like, what would you give up of American products in the midst of this trade war? And so it really lacked that deep dive that we're looking for in a moderator that can ask those hard questions. And the debate largely centered around President Donald Trump and the tariff war. Even when the questions weren't about Trump, it always just continued to come back to that, just like we saw in the leaders' debates for the Liberal Party back in March.
Okay. Nigel, I have Cory running around the studio here off camera. This is not an original observation from me. It's been said previously, but I don't know if it's ever been worse as last night. The French language debate is not a French debate of the Canadian federal election. It is the Quebec election, and the Bloc leader almost gets to play host. It's like he's not quite the moderator, but he's almost he's the home team. And it's technically an officially bilingual country, except in Quebec where it's officially unilingual. But it really was about Quebec issues and Quebec pandering last night. And I think all the leaders, including Pierre Poilievre, were guilty on that front.
Yes. They have to answer the questions that the panel lobs up at them. And the panel, I think, had swallowed the Kool-Aid before they got there. It's interesting that we have not even the same subjects on these debates. Immigration, for example.
Yeah, there's immigration last night. No immigration
tonight. So
that's right. There was no immigration debated tonight, and that was on the list of topics for last night. So for tonight, we're going to be looking at the cost of living, energy and climate, leading in a crisis, public safety and security, and then again, similar to the third topic, is tariffs and threats to Canada. So we can probably expect more of the same as we did last night, with much of the conversation coming back to President Donald Trump. But during the question period, we're going to try and make those questions more close to home.
So I think, Jen, one of the interesting things about that is that whenever the conversation moves to Donald Trump, it tends to favor the Liberal Party. That's been their campaign of fear.
And he has been endorsed by Trump.
Yeah. So it's
Well, by the way, folks, I'm watching the comments right now. I'm not watching the comments when I'm doing this. I know Cory's better than I am, but we are watching the comments right now. And, we're not going to reply to everybody as we go, but we're watching it. It will inform things to some extent if you're not crazy. But, I want to bring up this one here. Someone's username is Based Nat. Why are they talking about immigration? Wait, why aren't they talking about immigration? That's, I was talking about this before the French language debate yesterday, that, why does Quebec or Quebec gets to have a debate about immigration? We don't. It's extremely important here. And, there were a lot of apologists for that decision saying, well, it's a different thing in Quebec. It's about protecting their culture, etc. Well, with the immigration numbers we've had, immigration has become all of a sudden a very important issue in the mainstream, not just kind of on the harder right. And defending our own culture, it's not just economics, it is also about the ability of a culture to absorb and assimilate people in a digestible manner. And Cory, why do you think it is that the Federal Debate Commission here has decided it's okay for Quebecers to talk about immigration and not okay for the rest of Canada? And this is not actually me making a slag on Quebec. I do that often enough. This is not a slag on Quebec, but this is a slag on the Debate Commission for saying it's okay for Quebec to talk about it, but not okay for us. We should both be talking about it.
Well, yeah, that's Quebec's get out of jail free card when it comes to cultural protection. When it comes to them, it's a right. When it comes to them, it's important. When it comes to Quebec, we must bend over to make sure they can keep themselves a pure French state. But if Alberta says we want to maintain immigration and just keep it to a controllable level, we're bigots, we're intolerant, we're xenophobic. I mean, that's the narrative. And I think none of the party leaders, to be honest, I don't think it's just the Debate Commission. I think the other party leaders are happy to start during the federal debate as well, like during the English debate, because it's a sensitive one. They talk around it. I think most of them do understand. They've got to get it under control, but what the reaction is as soon as you even talk about cutting immigration, you're going to get called the B word.
So I just want to note to studio here, unless we're talking to Jen, let's keep her volume off because she appears to be in a wind tunnel. So, hey, we finally managed to quiet Jen. Okay, well, speaking of which, let's bring Jen back in. Jen, you were in the lineup for questions in the media scrum post-debate yesterday. You didn't get in time because there was quite a big lineup. But there's quite a to-do in the media today that it was independent media outlets, Rebel, True North, Juno, the Hub.
Yeah. You okay?
Let's just keep Jen muted until I'm ready for her here. Just a lot of noise there. There was quite a to-do that they were outraged that these other independent outlets asked the majority of the questions. Now that there's some history in that. Is that the Trudeau government tried to ban, or the Trudeau Debate Commission tried to ban independent, non-government funded media outlets from previous debates, and there were court injunctions about that. The Debates Commission this time said, we don't want to get sued last minute again. We know we're going to lose. You have to allow independent media in. It can't be just the government media. So they let them in. And I guess they worked the lineup system very well and managed to actually ask a majority of the questions. But you've been hanging out with journalists for the last 2 days there in Montreal, both the independents and the legacy guys. What's the attitude coming from both of them on both sides about how that post-debate press conference section went yesterday?
Honestly, the legacy media journalists were quite upset with how that went. It's true, everyone got in line up super fast. I was standing alongside actually another rebel, and we were right coming up next to the mic. And we could hear from the back of the line some reporters that were heckling, yelling out that questions were too long and why would you ask that? And so that was really honestly disappointing to see that journalists were heckling other journalists. And I even saw one come up and confront one of the conservative independent journalists. So there is that, although, people are still amicable in the media center. It's still professional. It's just when it comes right down to the questions, tensions get high.
Nigel, I did find, there were some, not all, but some of the questions from independent, more conservative leading journalists yesterday. It did include a bit of a statement of opinion in the preamble of it. And to an extent, I think that's fine. You're kind of laying the context and the groundwork of a question. But I thought some of them went a little further, and some of the questions weren't related to the debate. And then journalists can ask whatever they want. But it's a debate scrum, should probably be relevant to the debate itself. But some of the questions from the independents I thought were quite excellent. But I think it was a mixed bag. And I don't mean to be overly critical of our friends and colleagues of the other independents. Some of them were good, but I thought some of them were a bit. When you make it more of a statement than a question, you make it maybe too much about yourself. I don't know. What was your thought?
Yes, I have to agree.
And I'm not going to pick on or name any one of the other three individuals. I like these people.
Yeah, of course you do. And, if some of them want to make their own trousers, that's fine too. But I think whatever the mainstream media think about this, the tide is turning. And where it turned first? In all places, the White House. It is the White House press corps now includes specific placements for independent media, the American equivalents of ourselves, and some of them are considerably larger. I notice this caused a great deal of resentment among what they would call the mainstream media, and in fact, AP is even suing the White House to get its old spot back. But they've now set out specific places in the presidential press briefings for the independent media. Mm-hmm. That is started there. It's going to spread as the independent media, such as ourselves, hang on, and as the mainstream media finds it harder and harder to keep people in these events. It's going to happen by default. So
yeah,
get used to it, guys.
I guess our lead commenter tonight is this base Nat. He says, "I'll show it here. What is Cory looking at?" I don't know. Maybe my handsome face. I don't know. All right. Well, Jen just sent me a message. She's had to run in. The debate is starting very soon. So the debate is starting in a few minutes, but we're just going to kind of break down last night's debate and talk about what we're expecting here until that debate is ready to start. But let's bring in Erika Barootes. She is the head of the Department of. Say it again. Your title is very.
Oh my goodness!
Your title does also include Senator-elect. Senator-elect and her they them Majesty. Sorry. Head of.
I've never had those pronouns associated with myself. But
you were very much a she. I am. I take that back.
I'm the department head for the Applied Politics and Public Affairs diploma program at McNamee College.
I'm going to ask you that literally every time we have you on.
Listen, Nigel and Cory have both figured it out, but we will expect less from you, Derek.
I'm a little slower, so I don't know. So anyway, Erika Barootes, also Senator-elect. She's going to be getting a call any day now from Mark Carney if he wins. Probably. I'm sure to summon her to the Senate. I suspect most Canadian voters outside of Quebec were not watching last night's debates. It's a bit laborious and boring to, listen to it being just dubbed over. But
it took me a very long time, and I don't even remember how I found it, but an actual French without the dubbed, there was some subtitles, but it took me a long time. Yeah, I do.
Guys, we've had so you just missed. We had Jen Hodgson on. She works.
I saw. I was in the back room watching.
So we found like the only two Alberta women who speak French. Apparently.
I don't think that's the case. And I did say, like I said yesterday on the pipeline, I might be
half the women in Alberta who speak French have been on the program in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah. So I will say I was trying to listen because the one thing I was looking for is how does Mark Carney respond, right? It's not natural. He's graded his own French 6 out of 10. I think he was trying to undersell himself, but what I noticed that was different than it being dubbed over is that gap in his pause, in his responses, in composing himself isn't captured when they dubbed it over. And so I think that was actually, and I know you guys were just talking about mainstream versus maybe alt media, the mainstream media trying to give him a little bit of a leg up in not showcasing that he doesn't speak French. Now, listen, I will thank the Bloc for yesterday. I think that the goal out of that debate was, can the Bloc steal some of those Liberal seats in Quebec that they are currently projecting to win? And let's let Pierre use this as a test run of how Carney is going to dance on this stage so that he is prepared for today. So I think it was a good dry run. Did a lot of people listen? I actually know a lot more people, especially because it was aired before the hockey games, that listened to it. But again, I think that the exposure, the message that Carney's French is not as maybe good as mine. Don't force that on me. But
you think you speak better French than Carney?
No, I don't. But I think that it's comical that I would think that I'm closer to his French than he is to being bilingual or fluent.
Can you quickly say something offensive to Quebec in French?
Oh my gosh, no.
Oh yeah. You want to be a senator. That's not going to happen.
I
if
know.
You do that.
See, this is a beautiful thing. I did some media in French when I was running for the Senate. Still didn't get attention by Trudeau.
The big block of French voters here, yeah.
In Plamondon.
Okay.
There's a few. Lac La Biche. Come on, we've got some Frenchers.
Beaumont. Yeah, like that. There's actually one of my good hunting buddies is French, but he's from Acadia. So anyway, so last night, I didn't catch the whole thing. I was running around picking up kids, and I was trying to listen to it at the same time. It was very chaotic.
And it was hard because the voices that they picked didn't match those characters. Like I actually can't even tell if it was a woman or a very feminine man.
Speaking for Jake Mead, very unfair to Jake Mead. It goes to Jake Mead speaking, and it's like me. Like it was like.
Yeah, it's like if I dubbed it over.
It shows the woke nature, though.
Higher.
They can't match and just say, well, we have to match male voices with male people. That really is what's at the bottom of it, because it's ridiculous
to take a female. I don't know, but it was a very...
If it was a castrado, then if that was the case.
I don't know what that means. Okay. I'm assuming it will get us sued. I deny all knowledge, legitimately. Okay, so there were a few just maddening points, and I expected it, but they were asked, what's off the table, and I was like, oh, here we go, and all four said the same thing: culture and Quebec's in Canada's culture and language. That's a reference to one of the U.S. trade irritants with Canada, real ones, is labeling. Like, it makes it more, you have to have your bilingual cereal box and soup can and stuff. That's an increased cost for American companies that they don't have when they're producing at home. They have to do something double. And they all said supply management. And I know they all have to say that. And I've said before, I think Pierre's lying. He knows it's a dumb system. I hope to God he's lying. I believe he's lying. Actually, I think they're all lying. They all know that it's going to be up for discussion. Actually, the only one who had, I think, a good answer on that, when they all said, we're not even going to talk about supply management, Blanchette, the most credible defender of so-called supply management, said, well, actually, if Donald Trump wants to talk about it, you're going to talk about it. You just have to be committed to not giving in on it. I was like, well, that's actually... I guess the most honest answer of all of them. If Trump puts it on the table, it's on the table. You might try to take it off, but he puts it on, it's on.
Well, Polyev was on my show a couple of years ago, and he did concede because I hit him with that one. They didn't want me to talk about that.
That's why he's not been back on.
He did concede. It could be. Well, there's probably a few reasons I've given him since, but he conceded that it's not good, but he basically said that he was honest enough in saying that, but we're not going to do anything about it. What he said at that time was it would cost more to get out of it than it'd be worth trying to go into that subject at all. But he is aware of how bad the system is. He has kind of said as much. He just won't attack it if he can avoid it.
I do remember moments after I was with Maxime Bernier as the results came in when he did not win the Conservative leadership circa 2016 or so. And we went back into the headquarters of the campaign at the convention center there. And he was giving, kind of a private concession speech to his supporters and campaign team. And he says, I have only one regret. Next time when I campaign to get rid of supply management, no compensation. So I don't know how much it would cost or not. But and then Carney, I don't know how this translates. Erika, you'd have to be my source on this. I said, at one point I tweeted out, if Carney says the word catalyze one more time, I'm going to throw my TV at the wall. My next tweet was, you're dead, TV. He uses this word all the time. But last night, I was kind of in and out, picking up kids, making dinner and stuff as this is going on. But I swear to God, this man cannot go 3 sentences without saying the word catalyze.
Does it mean the same thing in French by any chance?
I might have to double check that one, but he did use very simple language, and maybe that's why, like, he wasn't using synonyms in French, because I just don't think it's that expansive. There was a lot of repetition. I will say Pierre also did kind of repeat his key points quite a bit.
Okay, we are gonna go in just a moment here.
Was that a note getting passed by you guys to say that the debate is starting?
The debate's about to start. I don't know why. I don't know who Based Nat is, but he is just the commenter of the night. I'm gonna have to put him up again here. Wants me to show everyone my butt. Yeah.
I don't want to see that.
No. No. This is a family show. It's a family show, so the kids can watch the debate. So anyway, we're now going to stop our talking. We'll be back when the leaders are done here with some analysis from the debate.
A swing in the direction.
We'll now flip it over to the leaders. Enjoy.
He's got to keep this kind of. He's a thing not like the others. He's got to keep the focus on the economic uncertainty, and he is the only one that's going to be able to deal with it.
Eric, what would you say?
Well, last night to me felt like a bit of a status quo debate. Everybody was playing it pretty safe, trying to achieve their very modest goals. Nobody really hit it out of the park there. And that's not going to do it tonight. It'll do it for Mark Carney because he's leading and he's the front runner. But the other leaders do have to do something exceptional. And for Pierre Poilievre, when I think about the debate last night, he kind of faded into the background a little bit. He needs to be much more, impose himself on the debate, kind of set the tone a little bit. He didn't do that last night. He didn't need to do that last night, but he needs to do it tonight. And it's just, for Mark Carney, a draw is a win for him tonight. And so he can play it safe.
Yeah, I want to dig a little bit into the numbers and the calculation with you, Eric, though, because, again, last night was a French language debate. Of course, there are Franco-Canadians right across the country, but of particular importance in Quebec, given the number of seats in Quebec, then given the number of Francophone voters in Quebec. And if Pierre Poilievre wants to form government, arguably he needs to do better than the polls are predicting he's going to do in Quebec right now. He's now facing the leaders once again in the English language debate. What's the potential to turn things around? Is government even a potential for the Conservatives at this point, given, as you said, not a lot of impact or change that comes out of the French language debate last night?
The odds are always potentially there. We can't say that something spectacular can't happen tonight when it comes to the Conservatives. But in Quebec, you could play it safe because their ceiling was maybe an extra 2 or 3 seats. In the English language debate, it's everything for the Conservatives. They need to not only win a handful of seats, they need to swing 40, 50, 60 seats in Ontario, based on where the polls are right now. They need to swing a dozen seats in British Columbia. They need to do a lot. And for Pierre Poilievre, the French language debate might have been a good opportunity to shore up the support that he has in Quebec. It's one of the places where they have more support than they did in the last election. But tonight, it really is that he probably can't lose the election tonight, but he can win it tonight. And but if he does it, again, it would be the kind of thing that we'll talk about in decades to come. So are we in for that kind of night or not? One of these historic evenings, I guess we'll find out.
See, none of you are going to leave now. See, that might be what we're watching out for here. But, let's break down that a little bit more, though, Eric, because regionally, from my understanding, the Liberals clearly have the lead in Atlantic Canada right now, clearly have the lead in Quebec right now, and even in Ontario. So can you talk to us a bit about the numbers that you're tracking there? Yeah,
well, in Ontario, the lead the Liberals have is roughly about 9 points, and we've seen that hold pretty firmly throughout this election. And that is a bigger margin than Trudeau won with in his minority governments. And, it's similar to when he won majority government in 2015. The Conservatives need to be leading in Ontario. They need to see a huge swing in Ontario. So if Poilievre could choose one set of voters to talk to tonight, it would be those Ontario voters, primarily in the GTA, where his two predecessors were unable to break into. And if Pierre Poilievre fails to do that again, well, that's 3 for 3 when it comes to leaders since Stephen Harper.
Yeah, absolutely. Laurie, what do you think of the challenge in terms of breaking into an Ontario for the Conservatives at this point in the campaign?
This is it. This is the key battleground. I mean, when you look across, in Atlantic Canada, it looked like for a while, the Conservatives were really going to benefit from the fact that Atlantic Canada was done with Trudeau. They were angry at the carbon tax. They wanted change. But and the Conservatives put up some really strong candidates, but there's only 32 seats in Atlantic Canada combined. Ontario, how in the world could the Conservatives turn this around without making a huge break in Ontario? And they've got more votes than they need in the West. Like this is a key battleground for them. British Columbia looked like it was going to go more their way, and now it's back into a kind of a toss-up situation, I think. But
with a more, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Eric, with a more efficient vote for the Liberals, even in British Columbia.
Yeah, because in some ways the interior is the Alberta for the Conservatives.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so it's hard to see how this will, would go any other way, than Liberal, unless the Conservatives are really able to build something in Ontario. And I have to think Poilievre's trouble in terms of trying to build support among women must be a significant, drag in terms of him trying to bring his numbers up in Ontario.
Yeah, well, what is the split with women when it comes to Poilievre, Eric?
Usually the Conservatives are behind by 15 points or so among women, and it's more or less a toss-up among men. When it's a toss-up among men for the Liberals, that's usually a very strong sign because they tend to do better among women. But they have a huge margin to overcome the Conservatives among women voters. And, there's not a single woman on the stage tonight.
Yeah, which was noted last night as well. Not a single woman on that stage. We only have about a minute left before I have to throw Alex, Laura, any final words you want to share before we go into the debate?
I mean, just to note that, the clash of the two parties ahead, right? Poilievre and Carney are right beside each other, which in the draw there on the podiums, which is
again
randomly, but that is very interesting. So being staring each other down at close quarters here tonight as it's about to begin is going to be interesting.
Yeah, Laura.
Yeah, I mean, I think this moment's incredibly important for Canadians. One of the most consequential elections of the past several decades. So hopefully they at least give us a bit of a good show, if anything.
Yeah, well, and the very fact that, Yves-François Blanchet is there, obviously not as consequential for him as the French language debate was last night. Always interesting to see what they add to it. And again, for me, I got to say, the one thing that I really am going to keep an eye on is that opportunity at the end of the night where each leader can choose a question to whatever leader of the other party they want to. So I think that will provide some interesting fireworks for people who are watching. But listen, Eric Renier, Laura Pennell, and Alex Bonical, thank you to you. I know we're done for this evening. Laura, you're still stuck with me. You're going to stay as the strategist join us later on. But for people at home, thank you. You are watching CPAC, the Cable Public Affairs channel. We're going to bring you now to the atrium of the Maison de Radio-Canada. Again, this is in Montreal, where the English language leaders debate will be taking place, the only English language debate of this 45th general election. I'm Michael Serapio. Here is now the debate. We'll see you right after.
Live from the atrium of Maison Radio-Canada in Montreal, 4 federal leaders will debate for your vote. The leaders are here and ready to go. Mark Carney, Pierre Poilievre, Yves-François Blanchet, and Jagmeet Singh. They will debate the major challenges facing our country, from tariffs to the cost of living, public safety, energy, and leading in a crisis. Good evening, everybody. I'm Steve Paikin, your moderator for tonight's debate. Each leader has agreed to the following: no notes, answer the questions, stay on theme, stay on time. How much each leader speaks will be counted on these clocks, visible to the leaders and to you at home. This is the 2025 Federal Leaders Debate. Well, welcome, leaders. Good to be with you here tonight in Montreal for what I'm sure will be a memorable evening. Our first theme is tariffs and threats to Canada, and we will begin with a round of questions. You will each have a minute to answer, and then we'll go to open debate, and the first question goes to Mr. Carney. Okay, what is the starting point for negotiations, Mr. Carney, with the United States if, as you have stated, our relationship with the U.S. is over as we know it?
Well, first, Steve, may I thank you and also thank fellow leaders for their service to Canada, people at home for taking the time to watch. I just want to underscore the premise to your question, because I think the relationship that we've had with the United States, relationship over the course of almost the last 4 decades, which has been one of steady and increasing integration, has fundamentally changed because the president is looking to fundamentally restructure the trading system. So the starting point has to be one of strength. It has to show that we have control of our own economic destiny, has to have a clear plan here at home to build this economy, to diversify our trading partners with like-minded countries, and also has to have a position of strength in terms of our reaction to the U.S. unjustified tariffs. And that's why we have put in place counter tariffs that have maximum impact in the United States and minimum impact here at home.
Mr. Poilievre, would you do anything differently?
Well, first of all, thank you, Steve, and thank you to our fellow contestants here today. It's an honor to be here. What would I do different? Well, I'll start by what I would do the same. I think we do need to counter the American tariffs with our own to deter this economic aggression. We must make clear that we will always be sovereign and independent. What would I be doing differently? Well, we need to be in a position of strength. The Liberal government has weakened our economy with anti-energy laws, red tape, and high taxes that have driven $500 billion out of our country into the United States and made us incapable of shipping our resources overseas. That weakness threatens our ability to stand up for ourselves. So what would I do? I would cut taxes, red tape, and approve our resource projects so that we can get our goods to market and bring home the jobs, so we stand up to President Trump from a position of strength.
Mr. Singh, you get the next question. Can we trust the United States to work with us on matters such as Arctic sovereignty and defense policy?
I think we've seen, first of all, good evening, everyone, and thank you for tuning in, and thanks for the question, Steve. We've seen what, for a lot of people, feels like a betrayal when we look at the United States. I grew up in a border town. I grew up in Windsor. And we saw how connected we were as a city and as a community. People lived on one side of the border, worked on the other. People traveled back and forth all the time. We're in the automotive capital of Canada, and we knew how important it was to be able to build cars in Canada. But we saw that those cars went back and forth across the border. Seeing what Donald Trump did to attack Canada in this unprovoked way without any justification really felt like a betrayal. And so Canadians now are right to say, well, we don't really trust Donald Trump at this point, and we can't really have a lot of faith in him. So when it comes to our Arctic sovereignty and our security, we need to make decisions that are in our best interest and no longer be so dependent and so reliant on the U.S. And that's what I would advocate for, making sure we are resilient, independent, and less dependent on the United States.
Mr. Blanchet, for you, what supports would you want to see for industries affected by tariffs, many, of course, of which are in Quebec?
Many of them. First, be all welcome in Quebec and Montreal. You have me because I try not to speak English in Montreal. However, I think we should never underestimate the threat that Mr. Trump poses on Quebec economy and Canada economy and Mexico economy. But we must acknowledge the fact that the economy of Quebec is built differently. The challenges are not the same. The necessity for Quebec to have at least partly its own voice in the negotiation is important. The difference between Quebec and Canada is very important in terms of economy, but also in terms of identity and language and values and who we are and the way we want to handle immigration. So we have the right to be different. And if this difference is being respected by whoever becomes Prime Minister of Canada, we will be reliable partners in order to achieve the best possible negotiation and protect ourselves and our economies as partners.
Merci, Monsieur Blanchet. Okay, we now move into open debate, and I'll start it off, Mr. Carney, with you, and then we go from there. Do you still support dollar-for-dollar tariffs, even if they ultimately threaten Canadian jobs and businesses?
No, and in fact, we've already moved off from dollar-for-dollar tariffs. We have to recognize, and I think we all do, the United States economy is more than 10 times the size of the Canadian economy. And the principle in terms of our counter tariffs is to have maximum impact in the United States, as I said a moment ago, minimum impact here. So we have to think about the impact on Canadian businesses. I'll give you one example, if I may. In the auto sector, the way we've designed those auto tariffs is that Canadian automakers, if they maintain production here, if they maintain their investments here, when I say Canadian automakers, I mean automakers that have jobs and plants and production in Canada, then they can have lower tariffs on what they ship to the United States. We create a huge incentive for them in order to do that. We also have carved out the Canadian auto parts sector. Last point, I know you're pressed for time, the Canadian auto parts sector, so that it can remain competitive with the United States. We're focused on maximizing Canadian jobs, maximizing the harm in the U.S. So that we get them where we need them.
Mr. Poilievre, you want in, then Mr. Singh.
Well, Mr. Carney, you claim that you want our country to respond with strength, but after the last decade, half of which time you've been Justin Trudeau's economic advisor, our economy is weaker than ever before. It's been the worst growth in the G7. We've lost $500 billion of investment south of the border. You supported blocking pipelines in Canada that gave Donald Trump and the U.S. a near monopoly over our energy. And now you want to keep in place Bill C-69, the liberal no new development law that blocks us from shipping our resources overseas. How could you possibly think it's a good idea to give the Americans a continued monopoly on our energy projects when you have seen how much these liberal policies have weakened our country over the last decade?
Let Mr. Carney respond, and then Mr. Singh.
Sure.
If I may, yes. So let's go to my record. My record is a month long as Prime Minister. And this goes to the heart of coming to the Americans with strength, but doing the right thing for Canada. Within the first week as Prime Minister, I sat down with all the premiers of the provinces and territories, as well as the leaders of the Indigenous peoples. Got an agreement with all the provinces and territories, doesn't happen very often, got an agreement for them to have one Canadian economy instead of 13, first point. Secondly, to commit the federal government to do its part by Canada Day. So free trade in Canada by Canada Day. Thirdly, the federal government to commit with respect to project review.
The question was about pipelines.
I'm getting to it. Thirdly, one project, one review, and relying
That's
on
under
provincial. Yes, it is
69.
possible under. It is possible on our system.
No,
it is
not.
the
It's
impact
banned
assessment.
under C-69.
It is agreed on under the impact assessment framework, and we have a cooperation agreement with British Columbia already. We're looking forward to them with the other provinces. We will move forward.
Gotta let
jump in on this.
Mr. Singh's turn, please.
Of course, we agree around having a strategic response to the United States. But what I'm concerned about is what we're doing here in Canada. We are already seeing threats to our country in that just the threats alone of the tariffs have meant Canadians have lost their jobs. The threats of the tariffs that are in place right now, the impact of those tariffs is that we've lost jobs in steel, aluminum, and the auto sector. People are already losing their jobs. And while Mr. Carney, you had time, as you mentioned, not very long time, but as Prime Minister, you showed us your priorities. The first thing you did is you had traveled, you made a tax cut for millionaires, which was reversing on the capital gains. So you gave a tax cut to millionaires, but you didn't have time to increase the amount that workers get on EI. Right now, workers who are struggling and wondering, what am I going to do if I lose my job? Workers who've lost their job are saying, how do I pay my bills when EI only covers half of a worker's salary? Maybe 40 years ago that would have worked, but right now most workers are spending their entire salary just to pay the bills, to pay their mortgage and their rent, and to put food on the table. So EI is not good enough, and it shows Canadians that you didn't make it a priority to protect those that are impacted by these tariffs that are threatened because their jobs are lost.
We have not heard from Monsieur Blanchet yet in this segment, so please.
Yeah, Mr. Carney, you are becoming a real Canadian leader, saying one thing in French and another one in English. You said in British Columbia in February that you would force oil and gas through pipelines through Quebec, either we wanted it or not. You would use emergency powers in order to do so. And 2 days later in Montreal, you said that you would never do that without the approval of Quebec. What's the point of using emergency powers if you do have the agreement of Quebec? However, I do agree with you. It's important to be very strong in front of Mr. Trump. However, I would keep the dollar for dollar policy. Don't be weak in front of Mr. Trump. And those counter tariffs have to be targeted. You have put out already $2 billion for Ontario auto industry, car industry, and the lumberwood industry in Quebec has already paid to United States $2 billion, and you have not raised one finger in order to help us.
Let's get from Mr. Poliev and then a response from Mr. Carney.
Well, Mr. Carney refused to answer the question about pipelines. Just the other day, he said that he doesn't necessarily think we need to build pipelines. Let me tell you what that means. Right now, the Americans get 97% of our oil, 100% of our natural gas exports at big discounts. We have to send Canadian oil from Western Canada through the States just to get it back to Quebec because we don't have a pipeline. And now there's this law, Liberal Law C-69, which effectively bans pipelines. The 14 biggest energy and resource companies say it has to go if we're ever going to build another project. And I asked Mr. Carney why he would keep in place this anti-pipeline law that effectively empowers Donald Trump to have a total monopoly on our single biggest export. Why would you not repeal this Liberal law? Isn't it because you are exactly the same in the same line as Justin Trudeau and the rest of the Liberal team that is now making up your cabinet?
Let's get a response.
Well, let me pick up a couple of points that have been made. The first thing I did as Prime Minister was to cut the carbon tax. That's the first thing. Second thing is made a commitment that all proceeds from our tariffs will go to workers and those companies most affected. There were several points raised.
Nothing so far.
If I may, Mr. Steve, if I may address, I'm trying to do it quickly because several points raised. All proceeds go to workers and the firms most effective, and those proceeds are considerable. Third thing, I'm interested in solutions. I'm interested in getting energy infrastructure built. That means pipelines, that means carbon capture, storage, that means electricity grids. And here's how you do it. And we've already moved in the first month. Cooperation agreements with the provinces. Guess what? We are a federation. You need to cooperate with Quebec. You need to cooperate with the provinces. You need to get First Nations and Indigenous people buy-in. You can do that through the one project, one review window that we put in place at that first ministers meeting, as well as, if necessary, using emergency powers to fulfill the federal responsibility, but not the unique.
Mr. Poliev, you want to come back on that?
What you're saying, Mr. Carney, with respect, is a total contradiction. The No New Development Law, C-69, guarantees there will not be one-stop shop because it requires the government of Canada to actually duplicate
Mr. Poliev is saying is that have no rules, have no regulation,
have one-stop shop
over any energy.
Mr. Singh, we just got to let him finish his sentence. Let's just let him finish his sentence.
That is not true. In fact, Mr. Singh, the reality is we should have strong rules enforced once. We shouldn't have multiple levels of referral that it takes now 17 years to get a major project approved in this country. That is why in the last 10 years we've had the worst economic growth in the entire G7. We cannot afford a fourth Liberal term. We need a change, and the Conservative plan for a change will include repealing the anti-pipeline law so we can get our energy to markets other than the United States.
Mr. Singh, then Mr. Carney.
While these two compete about who's more pro-pipeline, I think what we need to do is, it's clear the Liberals bought a pipeline, they built a pipeline. I don't know what Pierre is complaining about. That's what they did. I think what we need to do, if we're talking about energy in our country, we need to build an east-west grid. Let's use our power as a nation to build a national project that creates good jobs, that strengthens us for the future, where we connect the low-cost energy from jurisdictions and provinces across this beautiful land and have low-cost energy for businesses, for people, so we can build a stronger economy. That's the energy of the future that we need.
Mr. Carney.
3 quick points. First, the pipeline built, yes, TMX built. That's why oil exports up 50% over the course of the last few years. Secondly,
I don't think it's a bragging point,
Mr. Singh is absolutely right about the East-West grid. Grid interconnections, which is part of the energy corridor, huge opportunities for this country. We have to be able to do more than one thing. Third point, fundamental point. We can give ourselves far more than Donald Trump can ever take away. If we have one Canadian economy, not 13, and if we just look at that agreement we got with the provinces, look at what Ontario and Nova Scotia have just announced in terms of their steps towards this. This is within our grasp.
Monsieur Blanchet, what should we be prepared to concede in our negotiations with the United States?
I want to be back to something that Mr. Carney said. You can't do something and the opposite, and you can't fill people's mind with nonsense. Quebec has, by law, its own environmental review institution, and you cannot, through a federal decision, even through a Quebec government decision, go over the BAP, as we call it. If the BAP says no,
just say
it's no.
I know.
Good.
I know,
Let's
but this
keep
is
that in mind.
This is the point. This is, if I may, this is the point. The federal government can do the following, which is to take the decision to abide by the decision of the Quebec BAP. That is within the federal government's power. That is known as cooperative federalism. That's what we need to do.
And do you understand one other point?
This is what we need. If we, I mean, this is what we need to do in a crisis.
Bref Moïse, and then Mr. Poilievre.
Yeah. The building of those pipelines will take at least 10 to 14 years. Mr. Trump will be 90 years old, not president no more, and somebody of course, less terrible will be there before you can even dream of having oil through this pipeline of yours.
We're less than a minute to go. Mr. Poilievre, I promised you next.
Listen, after the last 10 years of Liberals blocking pipelines and killing jobs.
Sounds wild when you say that.
We actually need to get things done.
sense.
We need a change, and our Conservative plan for change will repeal the No New Pipelines law. It will create a true one-stop shop, set up shovel-ready zones with pre-permitting so that we can approve LNG liquefaction export plants, mines, pipelines, nuclear plants, and also hydroelectric dams so that we can generate the power we need to be strong, self-reliant, and stand on our own 2 feet for a change.
Last quick word to Mr. Carney.
Okay, quick word. Bringing it back to what we were talking about, which is tariffs, the threats to Canada, how to negotiate. We need these options. We need these options to build domestically, to build one Canadian economy. We need to act. We need to diversify our trade partners.
And that
will
is
give
our
us
time in this
strength to the
segment.
US.
That is our time. Okay, you know my job tonight. I got to be the heavy guy here every now and then, making sure everybody comes to time. And I'm keeping an eye as well on making sure that everybody gets rough justice over here. That concludes our first section and our first debate. Up next, affordability and the cost of living.
Our goal is to double the pace of housing construction.
It will lower your bills, build homes you can actually afford.
Il faudra parler des entreprises du Québec, des travailleurs du Québec, des aînés du Québec.
A big, powerful bring-it-home tax cut on work, investment, energy, and home building.
Okay, leaders, same idea, one-on-one questions followed by open debate format. And Mr. Poilievre, you get the first question this time. Many provinces, including some provinces with Conservative governments, have ambitious housing targets, none of which have been met. Why do you think your housing plan will be any different?
Let me start by talking to the young people of the nation and those who are aspiring to home ownership. You know, it was only 10 years ago you could buy an average house for $450,000. But in the last lost Liberal decade, housing costs have doubled, rising faster than in any country in the G7. And so now our youth cannot afford a home, and our seniors are worried about being evicted. We can't afford a fourth Liberal term of rising housing costs. We need a change. And our Conservative plan for change will, 1, axe the federal sales tax on new homes. 2, incentivize municipalities to cut their construction taxes to bring houses down in cost by $100,000. 3, sell off federal land for homes. And 4, train up 350,000 young trades workers who can help build those homes. Because you deserve a home, and we're going to make it happen for a change.
Also on the issue of affordability, Mr. Singh, you get the next question. How do you bring down grocery prices in the midst of a trade war?
I appreciate the question. This is a big concern. When I talk to Canadians, they tell me they're really feeling squeezed from the cost of living. That's one of the top things that people tell me about. People are saying, I can't afford to buy groceries. Every time I go to the grocery store, it's just ongoing worry and this feeling of anxiety that can I actually afford the things that my family needs? On top of that, people are worried about the cost of homes. I think those are the two biggest things I hear. So we can do things about this. Other countries have taken concrete steps. We can put in a price cap on food essentials. France has done it. Greece has done it to great success. It's brought down the cost of food significantly in both those jurisdictions. We can also ban corporate landlords from buying up the affordable homes to keep homes that are affordable. We can make things better for Canadians, but it requires having the courage to take on the powerful corporations that are ripping you off, that are price gouging you. And we know that price gouging is one of the major reasons why food prices are going up. You're never going to hear Pierre Poilievre or Mr. Carney talk about the fact that these are the corporations.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. That's time. Mr. Blanchet, I want to ask you about old age security, which will soon cost this country $100 billion annually. We understand you would like to expand it. How would you pay for that?
We would want it to be just for everybody because the Liberals have created a discrimination against elders which are 65 to 75 years old, having 10% less income from federal government than those who are over 75. But the best way to do it is to have everybody pay its fair share in terms of tax, which means that one should not be entitled to hide money in fiscal paradise in order not to pay him or his clients or friends, not to pay billions of dollars in taxes that could be used to help the situation of elders. Those are things which are supposed to be applied to everybody. There are a lot of questions to be answered about that. Other ways to do it is to reduce the pressure on housing price to make sure that the whole budget of elders and families and workers can afford houses which have increased dramatically in price.
Monsieur Blanchet. That's time for this one. Mr. Carney, I want to ask you about housing, which over the past decade has gone from a problem to a crisis while the Liberals were in power. Is your policy on getting homes built any different from your predecessors, and how?
This is one of the reasons why I entered this contest, because of the housing crisis, the cost of living crisis, the housing crisis, and the Trump crisis to help fix it. And I would look, the housing approach is fundamentally different because we need a fundamentally different approach. We need to build housing at a rate that we haven't seen since the end of the Second World War. We do need a fundamentally different approach. And with the fundamentally different approach, we can build an entirely new industry. So the question is how? Now, Mr. Poilievre and I agree on some things. Okay, I agree as well on reducing the tax on first-time home purchases as a way to buy. But I am focused on increasing the supply of homes and doing that in a way that uses Canadian technology and modular prefabricated housing, that uses Canadian lumber, including in reinforced timber, and uses Canadian workers. And in all respects, we're scaling up to double the rate of home building.
Thank you, Mr. Carney. That's time. We now move to open forum here. And Mr. Singh, you get the first comment. Many of you have pledged to cut the GST on many aspects of buying a home. And Mr. Singh, I want to ask you, would you cut the GST on anything else in order to make life more affordable?
Absolutely. In fact, I'm the only one on this stage that fought to give people a GST holiday. Interestingly, while that GST holiday helps working class folks, middle class folks by taking off the GST off essentials, the Conservatives under Pierre Poilievre voted against that. They opposed the idea of giving people, actual folks that need help, a tax break, and would rather give millionaires a tax break, which shows you whose side he's on, which is not surprising. But what is surprising is that Mr. Carney also said that giving people a break on their GST is a bad idea. Mr. Carney, why do you think giving a tax break to capital gains folks that earn more than $1 million is a good idea, but helping a family afford their groceries, helping people afford their bills for their internet, their cell phone, their home heating, giving them relief to take the GST off those is a bad idea, but giving a tax break to people who really only earn over more than $1.4 million, that's somehow a good idea.
Okay, you went after
That's your numbers.
You went after Mr. Poilievre first, so I'm going to give him the first shot to respond.
Well, Mr. Carney, the reality is that housing costs doubled under the Liberal government. While Justin Trudeau made exactly the same promises that you are now repeating today. He promised that he would double home building. In fact, home building went down. He promised that he'd reduce the cost. In fact, it went up. And now here we are. Mark Carney is asking for a fourth Liberal term, repeating the exact same Liberal promises that priced you out of a house. Just a few weeks ago, before the election, the Liberals voted against taking the GST off new homes, and they have continued to build up bureaucracies that block construction. We need a change so that you can afford a home, and our change will be, again, to axe the sales tax on new homes, incentivize municipalities to speed up permits, free up land, and cut development costs. Train up 350,000 young people who can be in the trades to build those homes and sell off the land that is going to be needed in order to build homes. That is a real plan for you to own a home and afford your life for a change.
Mr. Carney, they're coming at you from both sides. What do you say?
Okay. I know it may be difficult, Mr. Poilievre. You spent years running against Justin Trudeau on the carbon tax, and they're both gone. Okay, they're both gone. And we're in a new
impersonation of them with the same policies tonight.
Very different. Look, I'm a very different person from Justin Trudeau. Focus is on results.
Were you his
and
economic
so how
advisor?
to drive results in the housing market? You've got to change the model of building. You've got to increase the financing for housing developers, $25 billion on the table for those housing developers, $10 billion for deeply affordable homes, cutting development charges in half, lowering the cost of the building of those homes by 20%, and lowering the emissions and the run costs of those homes by another 20%. This is how you drive affordability. This is how you bring young people back into the housing.
Exactly what Trudeau
and then Mr.
promised.
Singh.
You claim to be very different from Mr. Trudeau. Now, the point is to show that you are any better than Mr. Trudeau. You claim to have a lot of experience in many things, and you know things. Last time we had somebody saying that they knew things, it was the senators, and they killed the law that protected supply management because they knew better than us and were elected by nobody, exactly like you are today. You say that you are a great crisis manager. Which one? I heard of nothing. As far as I know, Brexit happened, even if you were against it. You say you are a great negotiator. What have you negotiated but fiscal paradises in Bermudas or Cayman Islands? You have to prove something, and you have to reveal what you own in those companies if you want people to believe you.
Mr. Singh, you wanted to.
Yes, returning to the topic of housing. Now, it's very important. Obviously, we need to build homes that people can afford. Mr. Poilievre had the opportunity to show us what he could do. He was the Minister of Housing under Stephen Harper. And during that time, guess how many homes he built? He built 6 homes during that entire time. This is not something you can trust to build homes. He built 6 homes.
200,000.
This has been confirmed again and again. He built 6 homes. That's it. Now, the problem, though, with Mr. Carney is, well, he's laid out a plan. The problem is that when he was the chair of Brookfield Investments, this is a company that made a strategic decision to buy up affordable homes in cities like Toronto, where people were paying a decent rent. And they purposely bought those homes, kicked out the tenants, and jacked up the rents. That is not someone you can trust, sadly, to deal with the housing crisis when Mr. Carney, you profited off of it.
We're going to get responses here. Mr. Poilievre first, Mr. Carney second.
First of all, Mr. Singh,
hold this up to remind you.
the Toronto
6 right
Star, the Toronto Star debunked your falsehoods.
No, it was 6 homes, and
I
that's the
appreciate
facts.
neither Liberals or NDP are very good with math, but in that year, the year I was the minister, if I could,
which is great.
the year I was,
let's let him answer.
in the year I was
high enough, though.
The year I was minister, we had 200,000 homes built, and guess what the average price of a home was at the time? $450,000.
And guess what happened
And
at the end of the conservative reign?
one bedrooms rented
doubled.
out for $900. And that since that time, housing costs have actually doubled under the Liberals.
They doubled
and
under
now we have
Conservatives, too.
now we have Mr. Carney making tens of billions of dollars of spending promises that will ultimately continue to build bureaucracy. We don't need more bureaucracy in Ottawa. We tried that for 10 Liberal years, Mr. Carney. What we need is to build homes in communities. And that means axing taxes on home building and getting the government out of the way so that builders can actually build. Mr. Carney, you are on housing. We need a change, and you, sir, are not a change.
Mark Carney. I'm going to pick up on, I thought that answer was quite revealing. The first thing is that it's an attitude towards housing that absolutely ignores affordable housing, deeply affordable housing, issues with vulnerable people, ignores the rental market, ignores all other aspects of it. So the six are the relevant. Mr. Singh is absolutely right. The six are the relevant.
200,000.
The 200,000 are a different part of the housing market. There are many Canadians. There are many Canadians at different income levels. The second thing it reveals is a misunderstanding, or, well, a misunderstanding, I'll be polite, of how the government's balance sheet can catalyze enormous private investment. And that is what we need to do to solve the housing crisis. It happens to be what we need to do as a whole to address the economic crisis that's been forced on us by President Trump.
Mr. Blanchet?
Yeah. You have spoken much more than I have, so I won't ask a question. I will make a statement instead. I'm not saying no. I'm not saying that you cannot do what you pretend that you are able to do. We just have no proof so far. I'm saying quite clearly that you cannot be entitled to do it alone. You cannot be entitled to hold all the power in your two hands. You cannot go out there and fix things for Canada and Quebec without being seriously checked by serious people. You cannot go out there and speak for Quebec without Quebec having its own strong voice to protect itself and to promote its different economy. So if you want to collaborate, let's say right now that whatever happens, even if minority government happens, you will be a partner with the different Quebec economy and identity, which you have been not interested in for the economic part and not respectful for the identity part.
Let me get Mr. Singh in at this point. Can you tell us what's the first thing you would do to make life more affordable for Canadians?
Yeah, there's a lot of things that we can do, and I've laid out some of those things. I think fundamentally, I'm the only person on stage that not only fought for real relief for people in terms of affordability, I'm the only one that fought for pharmacare that actually makes life more affordable by giving people medication coverage, dental care that gives people more affordability by letting them access their services if you're a senior and a kid. I fought for childcare to make sure people could afford childcare. All measures that Mr. Poilievre voted against, all measures that Mr. Blanchet voted against. So if you want someone that's going to fight for you in Ottawa to actually make life more affordable, you can't entrust all the power to Mr. Carney. He doesn't have a track record of making life more affordable for people, but we do. So vote for a New Democrat, and we'll continue this work to make life more affordable for you, while the Conservatives and the Bloc have voted against those measures to make life affordable, because that's not who they care about. New Democrats are in it for you.
Pierre Poilievre.
The number one expense for families today is taxes, more than they spend on food, clothing, and shelter combined. This after 10 years of Liberal tax increases. We can't afford a fourth term of high Liberal taxes. And that's why Conservatives have a plan for change. And that plan includes
voted against every measure to help people out.
Cutting income taxes by 15% for the average worker and seniors, saving a working couple up to $2,000, rewarding hard work again. Because hard work is actually being punished. Is actually being punished because of the very high taxes. Now, the Liberals promised 10 years ago they would lower them. They actually raised taxes on 9 out of 10 Canadians. We need a change in this country because your hard work should once again pay off with a powerful paycheck that buys you an affordable affordable home,
so you want to save
on
people
a safe street,
$2,000,
and that's what we will deliver.
You want to save people $2,000, but cut their dental care, which is thousands of dollars. Cut their child care, which is thousands of dollars. Cut pharmacare coverage, which is thousands of dollars. That's not a very good math deal right there. You're going to save people $2,000, but cost them tens of thousands of dollars. That's why you cannot afford Conservatives, and you certainly can't trust the Liberals on their own. You need New Democrats.
Mark Carney.
I'm going to reinforce that point, and then I'll respond to Mr. Blanchet. Childcare in this country, $3,000 to $10,000 a year for a family, depending on where you live.
Province, jurisdiction.
depending on where you live, that's what's being saved there. $800 per trip to the dentist. We've expanded dental
Province,
care to 8
jurisdiction.
million Canadians.
Because we
8
forced-
million Canadians.
Because New Democrats are there.
Pharmacare. These are fundamental issues for affordability. We're talking about affordability and taking them off in order.
That's why you
to
need
cut
New Democrats.
tax.
That's
Quebec,
not what I've said.
and
I
in
will be
terms
cutting
of
income taxes
working with Quebec,
for Canadians.
yes, absolutely. Throughout the short time I've been Prime Minister, working directly with the Premier of Quebec, our Minister of Foreign Affairs, our Minister of Finance are from Quebec. Quebec and Quebec issues, whether it's
Why haven't you answered
management,
Mr.
language,
Legault's letter? He asked 5 things in the letter. He reduced his expectations.
We're talking about,
and you did not even answer him. And tonight, you are so much in love with Quebec.
Steve, the question that Canadians have to ask.
Why vote
is
for
whether,
Conservatives?
why,
The same
why,
thing
why,
as it-
He's got
or
the
cost you
Mr.
tens of
Singh.
thousands.
Mr. Singh, sorry, he has the floor. Come on.
the question you have to ask is, after a decade of liberal promises, can you afford food? Is your housing more affordable than it used to be? What is your cost of living like compared to what it was a decade ago? And are you prepared to elect the same Liberal MPs, the same Liberal ministers, the same Liberal staffers all over again for a 4th term? Mr. Carney, Justin Trudeau's staffers are actually here with you at this debate in Montreal, writing the talking points that you are regurgitating into the microphone. How can we possibly believe that you are any different than the previous 10 years of Liberal government?
25 seconds left in this segment for you to respond to that.
look, I do my own talking points. Thank you very much. The biggest risk we have to affordability, the biggest risk we have to this economy is Donald Trump. So first and foremost, we've got to get that right. Secondly, we need to do it in a way that brings everyone along together. That means preserving pharmacare, dental care, child care, reinforcing health care, spending our
intrusion in Quebec jurisdiction over and again. I like if we're any better than we are.
The clock
is there one thing Canadians can do that Quebecers cannot do? You are doing intrusions in our jurisdiction with our money, pretending you are better. And most of the time you try to copy what we did with our own money against us. What's that as a policy? Don't you have your own things to care about?
That really is time for this segment. I wanted to be polite and let everybody finish their points,
but I'm far beyond,
we got to move on.
I took the liberty.
Thank you. Okay, that ends section 2. Up next, public safety and security.
Fight crime, to protect Canadians, and to build communities that are safe, secure, and strong.
Keep crime, drugs, stolen cars, and other illegal substances out of our country.
We're going to invest in our borders, and that means hiring more border officers.
Resources are in short supply, not enough staff. This is not the nice way to treat people who come to our border.
Okay, same format, one-on-one questions and then open debate. Monsieur Blanchet, you get to go first in this one. Public safety and security. For a lot of people, that means the fentanyl crisis. I'd like to know what you could contribute to ending that crisis in this country.
The fentanyl crisis is a very serious issue, which is a bit less important in Quebec than it is in British Columbia. I think the whole border thing is the real issue. Immigration is a very important issue for Quebecers. Immigration has to be dealt with in an orderly fashion. Our borders are not dealt with in an orderly fashion. The rules are not respected. The rules are unclear. Some rules even invite people to hide for 2 weeks illegally before coming out. Some things has to be done. The situation of one person asking for asylum may take as much as 4 years without us reducing the number in order to deal with them in a human way. The services for every citizen in Quebec are being reduced because we cannot afford the fact that we are receiving much, much more people in Quebec from this specific type of immigration than we can afford, and we cannot teach them French.
That's time, Monsieur Blanchet. We can, of course, return to the immigration issue during open debate should you choose to. Mr. Carney, question for you. The Liberal gun buyback policy, not considered a success by many people. Reviving it is in your platform. Why would it work this time?
Yeah, I think, well, what we've seen with that policy is some success at the commercial level, but not at the individual level, because it hasn't been, in my opinion, it hasn't been organized properly, and it needs to be organized properly. And I've instructed the Minister of National Security and Public Safety in order to do that. So part of this is a different focus of government, a focus on results, a focus on clear milestones in the short term. Let me make a broader point, though, on gun, which is that we have a problem with guns coming over borders, which is why we've tightened our borders. We have an issue, though, with a gun industry that is continually coming up with new forms of assault rifles, mass killing machines. We banned over 2,000 of these. Every single time there has been a vote in the House of Commons on gun control, Mr. Poilievre has voted against it. You can't be tough on crime unless you're tough on guns.
Mr. Poilievre, you can come back on that in the open debate if you want to, but my question for you in this segment is, Indigenous people are statistically overrepresented in our correction system. Are you concerned that your tough on crime platform will make that worse?
I'm concerned that Indigenous people are disproportionately the victims of crime. I give you the example of a wonderful group of Indigenous people who came under attack in Saskatchewan, and many of them were murdered. Killer was out of jail after 60 prior convictions. This is the result of 10 years of liberal laws that allow the same offenders to be released dozens and dozens of times, even when it's known they are a danger. We can't risk a fourth liberal term of soft on crime policies. We need a change. And the Conservative plan for change will bring in a 3 strikes you're outlaw, 3 convictions for serious crimes, you go to jail for at least 10 years, maybe for life, no chance of parole or bail. We will bring in life sentences for traffickers of fentanyl, human beings, and guns, and we will secure our borders to keep the illegal
Thank you, Mr. Poilievre. That's time. Mr. Singh, your question is about the RCMP, because you've got RCMP reform in your platform. What, in your view, is the problem with the RCMP?
Well, some of the basis for this is the concern that's been raised in more rural communities and northern communities that there have been some serious concerns about violence or inappropriate use of force when it comes to the execution of their duties. We want to make sure that we've got a top-tier police force that provides security and safety to those communities in a way that's sensitive and understanding of the communities they're serving. I also think what's very important is for Indigenous communities, Indigenous policing. This is an area of deep concern. I think everyone in our country should be safe. You should be able to be safe at home, safe when you go to work, safe if you take public transit, safe for your kids to be able to play in the local playground. And that's something I'm committed to. And the other area that I'm focused on when it comes to public safety is making sure we prevent crime before it happens. And that's why we want to see increased investments in our border security. We saw under the Conservatives, they cut 1,100 border officers in one day. So that prevented our ability to keep our borders safe. That stops those materials from
Mr.
coming
Singh,
into the
that's
country.
time. Not sure it was about the RCMP, but maybe we can get back to that during the open debate segment, which we go to right now. And Mr. Poilievre, you get the first word on this one. And it sort of dovetails on the last answer you gave, which is you have pledged to be the first prime minister in this country to use the notwithstanding clause, setting aside charter rights of, as you call them, multiple murderers. Why do you think that's necessary?
To be clear, I want to uphold the charter rights of Canadians under Section 7 to life, liberty, and security of the person. Right now, that right is violated by multiple murderers who are given discounts. The case in question was a gentleman who went into a mosque and shot dead 6 innocent worshipers. He got, according to this ruling, only one 25-year sentence, meaning he can be out in his 50s. He only serves 4 years for every murder that he carried out. That is outrageous. And I will use the constitutional powers that are created for this purpose to ensure that mass murderers stay in maximum security penitentiary for life. They will only come out in a box. We will also pass tough new laws that prevent repeat offenders from getting out. If you commit 3 offenses under the 3 strikes law I propose, you will not be allowed out of jail until you prove that you are drug-free, that you are behaved perfectly and that you've learned an employable skill and you've served a 10-year sentence. We cannot allow liberal crime and chaos to go on terrorizing our communities. What we need is a real plan for change so that we can bring back the safety and the security that Canadians used to take for granted.
Let me get Mr. Carney to respond to that. Do you think that's an appropriate use of the notwithstanding clause of the Charter?
I think that the one of the core responsibilities of the federal government, Prime Minister, is to defend the fundamental rights and liberties of Canadians. And those fundamental rights and liberties of Canadians are outlined in our Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which is 43 years old literally today. I think it's a very dangerous slope to override judgments of the Supreme Court of Canada. In fact, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms exists to protect Canadians from people like us on the stage, politicians who may use their power to override fundamental rights. And the issue in using by the federal government, I'll stop here, is not where you start, but where will you stop?
Mr. Polyev, I should get Mr. Polyev on that. Is it a slippery slope if you use it in this case?
I must say, I would be quite interested too, because Mr. Carney said that he didn't want us to use the notwithstanding clause before adopting a law. And yesterday he said that he felt that it was wrong to use the notwithstanding clause after a law is adopted. So if we cannot use it before and we cannot use it after, it means that Mr. Carney believes that we should never use it. But it is very important. And the Ford case made it clear. The Constitution says how it should be used, but never how or what we will do with it, because it's the prerogative of the provinces. So do you want the Supreme Court to overrule another judgment of the same Supreme Court because you don't like it? Because that would be being the hell of a politician as you define them.
Well, let me just start by saying, first of all, thank you. I just started by saying, let's not let Mr. Polyev get away with making this ludicrous claim that anyone on this stage thinks that violent crime should get a less severe penalty. Obviously, that is not a special position that he's taking. Everyone agrees that horrible crimes should have horrible sentences. Judges are equipped to do that. So don't let Mr. Polyev's rhetoric confuse people. Obviously, everyone agrees that if someone does something horrible, they should pay a horrible price for it. There should be appropriate sentence that's put in place by a judge. But what I'm concerned about is all of what Mr. Polyev is talking about is after the fact. Now, there's heinous things that happen, and there needs to be severe penalties put in place. But we also need to keep communities safe. And that's what my focus is. Well, how do we stop crime before it happens? Much of the violent crime that's committed is committed by illegal handguns and firearms that come across the border. Now, Mr. Polyev has admitted that as well, that it is illegal handguns and illegal weapons that are used in violent crime. So our plan is, let's stop those illegal weapons getting into our country in the first place. And the way we do that is by having stronger border security officers and having more people on the border. Mr. Pierre Poilievre, when he was in power in the Conservatives, they cut the number of border officers. They reduced the number, weakening our borders.
Keeping an eye on time
can't
here.
trust them.
Let's get back to Mr. Polyev on the issue of whether, in using the notwithstanding clause under these circumstances, would be a kind of a slippery slope and encourage politicians to use it more.
No, we will use it to protect the charter rights of law-abiding Canadians. I'm interested in the rights of victims. Mr. Carney seems to be very interested in the rights of criminals. He says that it's dangerous for me to ensure that mass murderers stay behind bars for life. You know what's dangerous? Turning them loose on our streets. I don't think you appreciate, sir, the chaos that is unfolding in communities. In Toronto right now, the police have been forced to tell people to just let the thief steal the car. When they break into the house, just take the keys. Just let them take the keys so that you don't get hurt. People are living in terror in many of our communities precisely because of the catch and release bail law, C-75, which requires judges release the accused at the earliest opportunity under the least onerous conditions. Every single member of your Liberal caucus and your Liberal cabinet voted in favor of this bill, and they are all determined to keep it in place despite constant promises to the contrary. Mr. Carney, Canadians deserve to live in peace and security. That is the right that I'm fighting for a change.
I'm fighting for that as well. And let me be specific about two things that have been raised. The first is with respect to these issues of car theft, home invasion, and I'll use the GTA area where there has been a sharp increase. How do you attack that? You attack it several ways. One, you increase the criminal penalties for that happening, particularly if you're part of a gang, particularly if you use a firearm.
And you will do that?
And we're doing so. We've committed to doing so. You put in place a reverse onus in terms of bail so that it has to be proven that there's not a risk, which we've also committed to. And then you go to what Mr. Singh was talking about, which is we have to reinforce our frontiers. That's why we're committing to an extra 1,000 Canada Border Service agents, an extra 1,000 RCMPs. That's why, as part of the broader fentanyl initiative, where we've added to the RCMP there, we've added drones, we're adding helicopters, we're adding surveillance, and we're going to the other end of the chain with respect to car theft, which is tightening security at the ports. This is what we need. In order to get results, you need to focus at both ends of the chains in federal.
Thank you very much. I want to talk about one of the issues that has come up is the idea of the public safety concerns around the overdose crisis and how this is devastating our communities. We're seeing so many lives being lost. In that, we know that one of the ways to address that is by investing in some of the solutions like mental health services and rehabilitation services. Services keep our communities safe, having access to those good services. Both Mr. Carney and Mr. Poilievre are proposing cutting government spending and cutting those services. That's not going to make our community safer. We need to see better investments in rehabilitation services, more investments in mental health. We need to respond to this serious crisis in our country with care and compassion. I've met with Moms Stop the Harm, an organization of moms that have lost their children to this opioid overdose crisis. They've literally had their children have died because of this. And they're saying, we need to do everything possible to save lives, to stop this death from happening. And I think we need to listen to those moms. And that's my commitment.
Mr. Blanchet.
Two things as rapidly as possible. First, we believe that we should act on crime gangs and organizations, defining them as we do for terrorist organization. We have to protect our kids from the violence of those gangs, from the drugs being sold by those gangs, from the guns and whatever else being stolen, sale being by those gangs.
Sold?
And not sold, being, you purchase a thing and selling, sold by those gangs. And we mostly have to protect our kids from being recruited by those gangs, becoming violent at 13 and 14 and 16 years old, because this is the real fear of parents like I am. This is a very dangerous situation. I want to come back to immigration because we said that we would come back to immigration. Do you remember the Century Initiative, a sad memory? Officially, they said that they had not considered Quebec difference. They had not considered Quebec language. They wanted Canada to be a 100 million people country by the end of the century. Mr. Barton told me himself, that he had not even thought about the Quebec difference in that analysis. And one of his closest collaborators is now a close counselor to Mr. Carney, which seems to be part also of that kind of project or ideology. So it is impossible for Canada to have all those people come into Canada. It is impossible for Quebec to receive all those people. And in Quebec, we have the language and values and secularity of the state issue, which is very important. So I say, pause. Let's do things properly. Let's receive migrants in an orderly fashion and successfully as a measure of respect for them also.
Mr. Poilievre, you wanted a word.
I speak to families all the time who are terrified by the scourge of drugs and illegal guns. And we know those guns are not Grandpa Joe's hunting rifle. So when the Liberals try to ban hunting rifles, they're really going after the wrong people. 90% of guns that come in that are used in crime are smuggled illegally over the porous, Liberal-run borders.
The border,
and that's why the police.
Border officers.
It's not true, and that's
you
why
literally
the police.
Cut the border officers
the police
in the
actually,
facts.
if I could, The police actually endorsed
do it
me.
again,
The police in Barrie, in Peel, in Sault Ste. Marie have all endorsed me because they know that I will go after the gun smugglers and criminals with 2,000 extra frontline border guards that will stop the guns
After you
from
cut
coming
them,
in.
now you want to hire.
But unlike the Liberals and NDP, I will not ban hunting rifles. The Liberals want to
We never
protect.
wanted to ban
I want to
them.
protect Canadians
Yep.
from criminals. The Liberals want to protect turkeys from hunters. I think we know which one makes the most sense.
Carney, quick intervention, Mr. Carney, and then I got a question for each of you before this segment's out.
Okay. We absolutely fully support hunting and rights of hunters and Indigenous Canadians. But I want to raise an issue, which is a serious issue, talking about safety. There are people, we're in Montreal, in Toronto, across this country, who fear going to their synagogue, fear going to their community center, fear taking their children, leaving their children in school. And this has to stop. This is it's totally unacceptable. So what we're proposing is to make it a criminal offense to threaten or to impede anyone from being near or going to their place of worship, their school, their community center. This, it pains me that when we have to do it, because this is not what we should be doing as Canadians, of course, but we will put that in place.
Let me get
back. And this is a fundamental issue with respect
Let me
to
get 10
anti-Semitism.
seconds from each of you before this segment's out on what you perceive to be the biggest security threat to Canada right now. 10 seconds each. Mr. Poilievre.
The physical security threat to our country is the rampant crime wave that is running out of control. After the last decade, we had a 116% increase in gun crime. We need to lock up the criminals.
I got to hold you to
secure
10
the borders.
seconds. Mr. Carney?
Well, we're in a security section. I think we didn't have a chance to talk about anything internationally. I think the biggest security threat to Canada is China.
China, you say?
Yeah.
Mr. Singh?
Biggest security threat, illegal guns and drugs coming across the border, and cuts to services that would make our public safety and security even worse.
Last word to Monsieur Blanchet.
The fact that neither Quebec or Canada is able to protect itself and that we are still dependent and entirely dependent on Americans to protect us.
Okay, that is the end of that section. Gentlemen, up next, energy and climate.
Improving pipelines, getting things built, unleashing production.
We are unlocking major infrastructure projects, including in conventional energy, oil and gas.
We're speaking thousands of dollars a year for each family to pay for the damages of climate change.
We can absolutely build important projects like an east-west energy grid.
Energy and climate change. I know how much all of you love talking about pipelines, so here we go. Mr. Singh, to you first. Should Canada build new pipelines to get our oil and gas to market?
Well, it's not an approach I favor with public money. There's not any projects that are on the table, so it's not a specific project to look at. I favor, when it comes to the environment, building an east-west energy grid that connects low-cost energy and allows for families to reduce their electricity costs. But let's put this all in context. We're talking about what our energy solutions are in the context of a climate crisis. And we're not just talking about a climate crisis in the far future. We're living it right now. I remember I met a mom a couple of years ago before I had kids who told me she was worried about taking her kids out on some days because of the forest fires in BC. It meant that it was unsafe for kids to go outdoors. Fast forward to when I became a parent just a couple of years after that, and I literally worry about the same thing. The forest fires we saw a couple of years ago meant that many places that didn't see this before saw days where there was such smoke in the air that it was dangerous for kids. We've seen extreme weather, forest fires, heat domes, floods impacting us. We've got to do everything we can.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. That's time. Mr. Poilievre, where does fighting climate change land on your list of priorities when it comes to expanding energy opportunities in this country?
It lands within our priorities of bringing home jobs while bringing down emissions around the world. Look, the reality is that if we push production out of our country to more polluting countries, it actually makes the problem worse. But that has been exactly the Liberal approach with the anti-development law, C-69, blocking of 15 LNG export plants over the last 10 years. We have seen more of those jobs go abroad. I want to bring them home. My plan will be to approve, for example, natural gas liquefaction and export. If we sent our gas to India, for example, to displace half of their demand for electricity, we could reduce emissions by 2.5 billion tons, which is 3 times the total emissions of Canada. That's the way we bring emissions down and jobs up. It's common sense, and now it's time to bring it home.
Thank you, Mr. Poilievre. The next question is for Mr. Carney. How would your government fast-track pipelines and mining projects while also following the Supreme Court decision that requires consent of Indigenous communities?
Well, I think the first thing, and this goes back a bit to where we started, which is recognizing that we are in a crisis. We need to act with maximum force, and having a process and a consultation, but a consultation with a purpose, which is to identify those projects, those investments of national interest that are really going to move the dial in terms of growth, jobs, energy security, while being consistent with long-term competitiveness, which necessarily means lower carbon. And so part of that process is ensuring that First Nations, Indigenous peoples, are there from the start. It also includes their ability to participate fully in those projects. And that's why, and I know I can tell, like, you've got to tell on when I've gone on too long, so I'll finish up, which is, that's why we're doubling. Our proposal is to double the Indigenous Loan Guarantee Program to $10 billion. What does that actually mean? It means an ability for them to invest equity in those projects and be full partners. Thank you.
My tell is my clock, and my clock is at 0, so that's how it goes. Monsieur Blanchet, do you still oppose pipeline construction in Quebec, even though a majority of Quebecers now apparently say they support it?
We will know about that when we have held the debate about that, which has not begun yet. We are just beginning it. First, we are hearing very creative numbers, and we are being fed nonsense, and we will be back to it in a few minutes. But energy, trade, commerce is from south to north or north to south, and it's true in Quebec also. In a little more than 3 years, Donald Trump won't be in office, and there will be not one more pipeline having been built once we get there. So let's be serious, responsible, and we will be back with the numbers. We don't want to pay in Quebec for such monstrosities, which will provide us with nothing.
We now move to open debate, and you all will get a chance, or have had a chance, to get the first shot at this. Monsieur Blanchet, it is your turn to get the first shot. Canada has a substantial supply of critical minerals, which are in high demand. Are you in favor of allowing these minerals to be mined?
Of course, it has to be done properly. Quebec has probably the most important clean phosphate reserves in North America. In Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, it is very important. It has to be exploited. This is the best way to use Paul Saguenay as an infrastructure that we need. We have lithium. Everybody needs lithium. Transportation has to be taken from oil to clean energy. This is what we want to be working on. It is part of the specifics of Quebec economy. So we are in favor of that. But we don't want to pay for the $30 billion which have been spent on oil and gas by the Liberals last year. It's $7 billion from Quebec. We don't want to pay for the $40 billion which have been spent by the Liberals on Trans Mountain. It's $9 billion from Quebec. Those are $16 billion of which not $1 has been spent in Quebec to develop a lot more power and wealth for Quebecers with our own money.
We need to let the leader of the Liberals respond.
Well, actually, I was going to pick up on the enormous opportunity that exists in Quebec, exists in Ontario, exists in the north of Canada, really exists across this great nation in terms of critical metals and minerals. We are have one of the biggest resources in this country. And it's not just an enormous economic opportunity, it is a strategic opportunity for Canada. So we have to make a decision, not just to develop it, but how do we develop it and who are our partners for it? Do we become more dependent on the United States, which is what they want? By the way, President Trump this week said he might put a tax on critical metals and minerals, just showing again.
Yeah, but if I may,
and so the discussions
to negotiate.
If I may
Let's let him finish.
Let me finish. So the opportunity includes in Europe and includes in Asia as our partners. Last point, in order to get it done, we'll put in place a first and last mile fund. So these projects are connected to road and rail so they can go quickly to market. And we will have all of the other fast tracking measures in place that I talked about earlier in terms of capital, timing, approvals, so that we can move quickly, we can be stronger at home, better.
Always with the
Mr. Singh.
approval of
Yeah,
Quebec.
I
Mr.
think
Singh has the floor.
we should absolutely take advantage of the fact that we've got incredible amounts of critical minerals in our country. And the way we do that is with any energy project or any project of this nature, make sure it's got the local community buy-in. It creates good jobs in communities, make sure we are meeting all our environmental needs, and we work with Indigenous partnership. And so I absolutely agree with that. I want to build on something Mr. Blanchet mentioned about the investments that this country has made. What I found very troubling is that the past number of years, the Liberal government record is one where we have spent the most subsidies compared to any other country in the G7 on subsidizing oil and gas. These are highly profitable companies.
You voted
I think that's
for
the
it.
wrong thing to do. We fought against it again and again.
No, you voted
And then
for
the
it
Liberals have
over
continued
and
to
again.
do it. And so my question really to Mr. Carney is, will you commit to ending oil and gas subsidies?
Yeah.
We should be using that to invest in people, not giving it to highly profitable oil and gas companies.
Yeah, we talked.
I promised Mr. Polyev the next, we'll come back and get that question answered. Mr. Polyev.
Well, Mr. Carney, you point out that Donald Trump has a wrong-headed idea of putting a tax on our mines and our industry. And that is wrong. But so do you. You want to apply a massive industrial carbon tax on Canadian mines, Canadian steel mills, Canadian aluminum plants,
You want to let them just
Canadian oil and gas. And your idea is to double the tax that Trump is applying by hitting them a second time. This will do nothing for the environment. It will actually ship our jobs south of the border,
So Mr. Pollier's
just
plan is let them
like
pollute as much as they
President
want.
Trump
Not a good
wants. My plan is to bring that production home here to Canada. For example, I will give a tax credit to low-emitting Canadian industry like Quebec's aluminum, for example, or British Columbia's natural gas, so that we not only bring home the production, but we do it below global average levels of emissions, so that we actually help the environment while bringing
Wants to
home
let
the
big
jobs
polluters
for our
pollute
people
we have to let them
at the same time. That is a sensible, pragmatic approach that puts us in charge of our economic destiny, so we can stand up to the Americans from a position of strength for a change.
Mr. Carney, we've got, hang on a second. I want to give you a chance to speak to Mr. Singh's criticism about oil and gas subsidies and Mr. Poilievre's criticism about the industrial carbon tax.
Okay, I'm going to make 3 points. I'll make 4 if you want me to respond to that, but I want to make 3. The first is that I answered this question last night, but I think the puck had already dropped in the Canadians game, so not everyone heard it. Yes, end to oil and gas subsidies.
That's why you need new Democrats.
Secondly, I would have done it independently. Secondly, recognizing that the biggest component of that was the cost of building Keystone. Keystone, which is the pipeline which has helped to increase oil and gas oil exports rather by 50% in this country. That is an asset of the people of Canada. We own it. And the question of what to do it. So it's not a subsidy that has disappeared, it's actually an asset of Canada. The third point, though, in terms of where the oil and gas industry, particularly the oil industry, wants to and needs to go, which is to become low carbon in the production and transportation of oil. One of the big projects we need to move forward with is carbon capture and storage, the Pathways project, so that we have oil and gas that is competitive, not just today, 10 years from now and 20 years from now, as the world uses less, we want to have more market share. We need to do that. And my government will move that.
But by definition, a subsidy isn't when we buy a pipeline. I'm talking about subsidies that go to oil and gas companies, independent, separate from the country, oil and gas companies. That's what I'm talking about.
The figure you quoted last night included the cost of the pipeline.
Do you want to address
billions
his
of
point?
dollars we're spending? We got to stop spending.
Sorry, can we get you to address his point about the industrial carbon tax?
How much will the industrial carbon tax add to the price of a car?
So the first thing I want to say is I'm going to address the broader point. The broader point is the entire absence of a climate plan from Mr. Poilievre, which, by the way, is going to put our industry and our country at a disadvantage as we're looking for new trading partners. Guess what? Most people want to deepen our partnership in Europe, in Asia. Those countries care about whether or not you've made progress. Second thing is, we're designing a program so that the big polluters pay Canadians at home for making responsible climate choices, for retrofitting their home, getting their emissions down, or improving otherwise. And that is smart climate policy. It's better for the big polluters, and it's better for Canadians.
Chair Poilievre.
Mr. Carney didn't answer my question. I asked how much would an industrial carbon tax on Canadian steel add to the price of a car? He won't answer because he knows that it will be very expensive because there's lots of steel in cars. Now, well, Mr. Carney has temporarily
But you know the answer?
hidden the
You don't know
carbon
the answer
tax.
either. You're just throwing out random questions.
Thousands of
Just
dollars.
making it up, though. You don't
extra
know.
cost.
Actually, I actually do know the answer to that question. He's wrong.
When you add taxes to steel, you raise the price of everything that uses steel. When you add everything, taxes
It's a straw man argument to say you know the price.
when you add the carbon tax onto the price of, for example, fertilizer, you increase the price of food. So while Mr. Carney has temporarily hidden the Liberal carbon tax at the pumps while keeping the tax fully in law and planning to raise it after the election, he's also going after a tax on our industry that will ultimately be passed on to you. After a lost Liberal decade of rising costs, we cannot afford a fourth Liberal term. We need a new government that will fully axe the carbon tax, increase the jobs that we have here in Canada, and bring down your cost of living.
We got just a little over 3 minutes left in this segment. So, Mr. Singh, I want to ask you, do you think climate change is still a priority from Canadians? You're out there. What are you hearing?
Absolutely. You speak to any young person and they think, no, we're seeing climate crisis in front of us happening right now. Speak to seniors who say, we used to be able to live in our homes without air conditioning, and now we're seeing heat crises in communities that never had worries about extreme weather. We're seeing flooding, we're seeing forest fires like never before. We are living in a climate crisis. So Canadians are absolutely worried about it. As soon as we come into a summer, we start seeing those forest fires again. It's top of mind for Canadians because they're living it, they're seeing it. And I want those Canadians to know, Mr. Carney is not going to end those fossil fuel subsidies unless I'm there to fight back. Mr. Poilievre wants to let big polluters pollute as much as they want, poison our beautiful land, our water, and air. He wants to let them dump into our oceans. I'm going to fight back and defend our environment.
Monsieur Blanchet, on the issue of whether or not people still care about climate change.
I think people should be kept very informed about climate change because we are in a very strange denial situation about climate change, which still exists and is very expensive. And I'm sorry to crash your party, guys, but you are telling fairy tales. Clean oil and gas is a fairy tale. Large-scale carbon sequestration, sorry, I'm French, is a fairy tale. It does not exist. If Alberta wanted to exploit oil and gas and it were not a matter of pollution, I wouldn't mind at all. That's their business. Our own powerhouse in terms of energy in Quebec is clean energy. We are the best place in the world to achieve that. Our market is the northeastern part, Democrat part of United States. We want to keep our money to create wealth in Quebec for Quebecers. Let us be different because we can afford to be different.
Let me give, I will get to you because I said I would, but you've taken a couple of hits here and I want to give you a chance to respond to some of the things that people on this side of the stage have said.
Thank you. Well, first of all, we do support protecting the environment. We want to ban the dumping of raw sewage into our waters. We want to hold large corporations to high environmental standards to protect our water and air. But we cannot do that by raising taxes and sending jobs overseas, as Mr. Carney is proposing to do. That has been the approach of the last 10 years of the Liberal government. What the biggest companies that develop our resources say is that we need to repeal the Liberal anti-development law C-69, a law Mr. Carney wants to keep in place. They say we need to repeal the industrial carbon tax and get rid of the Liberal energy cap. We need 6 months approvals in order to get to take back energy security and energy sovereignty.
We can summarize that. He wants to include as much as
Mr. Carney,
possible.
hang on. Last word to Mr. Carney in this segment, please.
Thank you very much. You know, I was born in Fort Smith in the Northwest Territories, just north of what the oil sands became. When I was born and when I was growing up in Edmonton, early days, it was a fairy tale, quote unquote. But you know what happened? Canadian ingenuity, Canadian engineers, Canadian governments, both the federal government and the Alberta government got together and converted this.
The worst pollution
if I may,
in the world.
If I may.
The worst pollution
May I finish?
in the
May I
world.
finish? May I
10 more seconds to finish, please. Let him finish his point.
That's the opportunity we have. That's the opportunity we have in carbon capture. That's the opportunity we have in small modular reactors. That's the opportunity we have in hydrogen beyond. This country can be a clean energy superpower. My government will help deliver it.
And that is time for this segment. Gentlemen, let us go to our final theme, which is called Leading in a Crisis.
Canadians know how to weather a storm. Canadians know how to get through a difficult time.
If, at the end of the day, we end up with the balance of power, Quebec is safer than it could be in any other scenario.
Now is not a time for weakness. Now is the time to take back control.
Canadians are always ready when someone else drops the gloves.
Okay, leading in a crisis is a pretty broad theme that allows us to explore many different avenues here. So let's get to it. Mr. Carney, you get the first question this time. We haven't balanced a budget in this country in 17 years, and 10 of those years were under your party. You have pledged to get us to a balanced budget in 3 years. Question is, how?
So let me put this in the context of leading in a crisis, which is in a crisis, you got to plan for the worst. Worst is that the U.S. actually does want to take us over. Secondly, you got to have a plan to build, and that'll include a fiscal plan, and I will get to that in a second. The third thing is you need to respond in a crisis with overwhelming force. You need to think big. You need to move rapidly. The things we've been discussing today are a subset of what we can and should do as a nation, and we can deliver. And government can play a role, but its role has to be catalytic. And so our approach is that we will slow the rate of spending. It's been growing at 9% a year, operational spending, program spending, away from transfers into 9% a year. We'll slow that to 2%. We will focus on a small amount of capital spending by the federal government in order to drive enormous private investment up to $500 billion by 5 years.
Thank you, Mr. Carney. Ukraine surely constitutes a crisis. Leading in a time of crisis, Mr. Poilievre, question for you. If the United States withholds support from Ukraine going forward, do you believe Canada should commit more to assist?
I believe we should continue to support Ukraine. Our party supported donating missiles that the Canadian military was decommissioning. We supported funds and other armaments to back the Ukrainians in the defense of their sovereignty. We also need to rebuild our own Canadian military because the Russians want to make incursions into our waters. We'll be buying 4 massive Arctic icebreakers. I'll be opening the first Arctic base since the Cold War in Canada, CFB Iqaluit. We're going to double the size of the Arctic Rangers and fill the vacancies in our Canadian armed forces. We need a change to rebuild our military, which has been so disintegrated under the cuts and the mismanagement of the last 10 years. But we can have a change because we have the best soldiers, sailors, and airmen in the world, and they will have full backing from my government if you give me the honor of becoming Prime Minister.
I may come back to that one in the open forum because I'm not sure we got an answer about Ukraine on that one, but okay.
Well,
going on. Monsieur Blanchet.
The answer was yes.
We'll get more details, perhaps, as we go forward. Monsieur Blanchet, given the U.S. trade war, should any talk of a referendum on Quebec independence be put on pause?
That one is easy. It will happen only after the negotiation is over, and that's a good thing. I want to say I support the idea. We must help Ukraine, but we also must help the civilians of Gaza, and we must destroy Hamas, which is a terrorist organization. You know what? I don't want to be the leader of Canada. You will understand that. I don't want to be Prime Minister. But I can offer to be a partner, a responsible partner, a collaborative partner. If Quebec is respected in its differences, in its aluminum industry and lumberwood industry and culture and French language and values of secularity of the state, which is the price to be paid in order to have real equality, then if we are respected, we will be a partner, and then even Canada will be stronger in its negotiation against Donald Trump. This is what I am offering. Respect us.
Mr. Singh, I watched last night's debate. You seemed very eager to talk about healthcare, so let's talk a little more healthcare right now. You have made many promises on healthcare. If a province says to you, we'll take your money for healthcare, but not your conditions on how to spend it, what do you do?
We've got to negotiate. We can't be giving away money without clear conditions. We're in a healthcare crisis right now, and a crisis that is hurting people across this country. People are waiting desperately in line in emergency rooms for hours and hours. Seniors are waiting for years and years to get the care that they need for surgeries that would remove pain or help them deal with mobility issues. We're in a serious crisis. Healthcare workers are burnt out. They are overstretched. And what we're seeing is more and more privatization, and that is hurting our public universal healthcare system. So we've got to fight back against it. We cannot allow our public money to go to a for-profit private clinic lining the pockets of a rich CEO or investors instead of going towards care. We need to make sure that we are investing in solutions where care gets to people, not profiting those at the very top. And so that's my commitment. I'm going to fight to make sure we defend our healthcare against the threats of Americanization and privatization.
Okay, we now go to open forum debate, and perhaps, Mr. Poilievre, you get the first word here. This might be a good time to put a little more flesh on the bone of what you think Canada could do for Ukraine if the U.S. backs out.
Yes, and my answer is that we should continue to support Ukraine. We don't need to follow the Americans in everything they do. When they're wrong, then we will stand on our own and with other allies. And with respect to Ukraine, that of course includes support with intelligence, equipment, armaments, but it also includes defunding Putin. Right now, Vladimir Putin has a monopoly on the European energy market because, frankly, the Liberals blocked exports of Canadian natural gas off the Atlantic coast. They blocked multiple projects. I would rapidly approve those projects on national security grounds so that we can actually ship Canadian natural gas over to Europe, break European dependence on Putin, defund the war, and turn dollars for dictators back into paychecks for our people.
Mr. Carney, you wanted to add?
Well, I want to go to the situation in Ukraine because it's very important. We've been a steadfast, Canada has been a steadfast ally, and Canadians have stepped up, welcoming Ukrainians into their homes and supporting them in other ways. You know, in my first month as Prime Minister, we joined the coalition of the willing to support Ukraine as the U.S. stepped back. So led by France, the United Kingdom, with Ukraine number European nations, Australia, ourselves, New Zealand. That's an example of how the new world is going to be. Canada participating in these areas and helping. It also means open trade. Mr. Poilievre voted against free trade agreement with Ukraine. It means aid for Ukraine. Mr. Poilievre wants to cut foreign aid, including for Ukraine, or not. He didn't mention support for aid for Ukraine. We have to stand by them. We have to be there, and this government has been.
Mr. Singh.
New Democrats absolutely support standing with Ukraine, and will continue to do that. But I appreciate the opportunity in talking about leadership in crisis, talk about many of the crises that we're up against. And one of the crises we're up against in our country with the threat of Donald Trump, with the threat of the trade war, and with the privatization and Americanization of our healthcare system is the healthcare system. And what we have learned today, you know, Mr. Carney mentioned slowing operation spending. That's a cut to services. He said his plan. He has a plan to balance the operating budget within 3 years. That's going to require massive cuts to spending. We calculated that at $43 billion in cuts. In fact, Rosemary Barton, when he was on the show on February 16th, he said he would cut spending. He said it would be in operations. He defined it as transfers in health. And finally, longtime Liberal and former House Leader Karina Gould said that Mr. Carney's plans would mean massive cuts. That's the only way to achieve it. So, Mr. Carney, do you think it is leadership to cut health care at a time when it is in crisis? I think it is wrong. We can't do that.
We will not cut transfers for healthcare. We will not cut healthcare spending, full stop.
But
we'll
Mr.
have
Carney,
a detail, if I may.
Who do we believe, Mr. Carney, today, or the one he spoke on Rosemary Barton's show on February 16th? The one that repeated again that he would cut spending? Who do we believe?
If I may, consistently said, we'll preserve all transfers to the provinces, including the increases. We will preserve all the transfers to individuals, I won't detail them all, but there. So we're looking at addressing an operational spend, which is about $150 billion. We will address that. We will make it more efficient, and we will do it in 3 years, and we'll balance that budget.
Monsieur Blanchet.
I am 6 minutes behind Mr. Carney, so I will speak a little bit longer. First, I will support any initiative which will bring Canada aligned with Europe and NATO in order to be stronger and facing new threats. I believe that 2% won't be enough. I'm not more in favor of war than anybody else, but we have responsibilities, and our main ally is removing himself from the stage. So we have to step up. We have to do our part. I want to go somewhere else entirely, however. I want to ask Mr. Carney, if we're speaking about leadership here, if Quebec and Canada were to say, you are not being given a majority government, there will be more conservatives than you would like, maybe more New Democrats than you would like, and more people from the bloc than you would like. Will you accept, because you don't seem to be very eager about that, to deal with people which basically are more experienced than you are, as legitimate as you are, and would be more representative altogether than you would be being alone in your little kingdom? And I want also to propose to you all guys that 1 week after the election, we all meet, whatever the result, and we start dealing with this crisis together, because this is what people, either they are from Alberta or Quebec or wherever, this is what people expect from us.
Mr. Carney, is that something you could get behind?
I look forward to meeting with everyone. You're welcome to come, Steve, if you'd like. Week after twice, but also, but in all seriousness,
that's not very respectful.
No, but I'll
That's
come.
not very
But I'm
respectful.
coming. On peut jaser un peu. Okay, I come to the core.
On jase.
Yeah, okay, I'll come to the core. Look, in a crisis, yes, you need a team, and you need to bring the country along with you. So what I did in the first week was to bring the premiers together, meet with all the Indigenous leaders, and move forward in that context. Now, the question is, who's going to lead out of this? Whoever leads out of this, if I may, Mr. Blanchet, thank you. Whoever's going to lead out of this is going to need to work with all the provinces, work with Labour, work with Indigenous leaders, work with all Canadians to bring them forward in a united front. And if I'll make this last point, one of the things that has happened, which is a credit to those people at home, is that Canadians are coming together. And it's our responsibility to meet the strength of Canadian unity.
Still lagging. I have one small point to make. Yep. You will be elected, if you are elected, in the parliament where there are other leaders. I don't know if he called you, or Mr. Poilievre, I don't know if he called you, but before yesterday, you have not spoken to me once, even if I proposed it so many times. But you say, I speak to provinces' leaders. You're not elected in provinces. You are in the parliament where people are to make decisions which might not always suit you. But this is democracy,
Blanchet, I'm
which
going
you
to
don't
jump
know
in.
too much about.
I'm going to jump in here because I'm noticing what the clock is saying, and you brought up Gaza earlier, and I think our audience would be interested in hearing your views on the other major international crisis facing the world right now.
I just want to get, before we get that, just to finish up on the healthcare, I just want to speak to healthcare workers right now who are deeply worried about the status of our healthcare system, to Canadians who believe and love our universal public healthcare system, to patients who are stressed out. If you're worried about which Mr. Carney to believe, the one today or the one who spoke on previous shows and said he would cut, vote for New Democrats, and we will fight to defend our healthcare.
I think your
we will never
supporters
let
would really
anyone
like
cut
to
it.
hear what you have to say about this question, and we have less than 5 minutes for it here. What role should Canada play in the other major international crisis in this world, in the Middle East and the war in Gaza? Pierre Poilievre, would you start us off on that? What role can Canada play?
Well, first of all, we must condemn Hamas, and more importantly, the terror sponsors in Tehran who initiated the attacks, the horrific attacks of October 7th. We need to defeat the terrorists so that all the peoples of the world can live in peace and defend the right of, yes, Palestinians to have their own lives free from the oppression of Hamas dictators and Iranian intervention, while Israel has the ability to live in freedom and peace. But I also want to say, we need to get back to the Canadian tradition, which is that when people come to this country, they leave foreign conflicts behind. The rampaging riots targeting Jewish communities is utterly unacceptable, and it points to the growing chaos that we see on our streets after 10 years of incredibly irresponsible liberal policies, of weak borders, of dividing people into groups, of saying one thing to one group and the opposite to another, dividing and conquering. We must end that division and unite our people so that everyone feels safe, and that when we come here, we put our foreign conflicts behind and we put Canada
not people.
first.
People come from countries from around the world, and they care deeply about where they come from, and they should be able to do so. That's a part of being in our country, to have that freedom. Your treatment of Palestinians has been frankly disgusting. Your treatment of people who provide care and service for people in Gaza has been disgusting. On top of that, people in Israel and in Palestine deserve to live in peace and security. And Mr. Carney, to date, you've not acknowledged that what's going on in Gaza is now clearly become a genocide. It's important to call things out as they are, and you've not done that.
Mr. Carney.
We need to work, to go to your question, we need to work with our international partners, maximum pressure, maximum encouragement for an immediate ceasefire. That's the first thing. Encourage the return of all of the hostages, resumption of humanitarian aid. My government put in place $100 million of humanitarian aid, which is ready to go. With respect to where this ultimately goes, yes, two-state solution, but it has to be a viable and free Palestinian state, living side by side in peace and security with the state of Israel. I will underscore one other thing. Mr. Poilievre rightly mentioned Iran. The Iranian sponsors in this region, we have to be clear-eyed about the fundamental risks of Iran and do everything with our international partners to check it and turn it.
Mr. Blanchet.
If we are to work together, we will have to be consistent. The Jewish community in Quebec and Canada is harassed by a very little minority of radical Islamists. And we don't do so much. The law in Canada says that somebody may invite people to be violent, to propose genocide against another people if they can be hidden behind a religious motivation. They are in agreement with that. They are in agreement with that. They are in agreement with that. And we say it is a crime to invite people to violence and killing other people. And this is what is being done very often in Canada and Quebec with the approval of the Criminal Code of Canada. And we are saying this has to be changed. We have to change what we do before we want people elsewhere to change what they do.
Last minute in this segment, Mr. Poilievre.
This is about crises and leadership. And one crisis we have is in immigration. Because of this Liberal government's commitment to a radical policy called the Century Initiative, which seeks to bring our population up to 100 million people, they have allowed massive overcrowding in our communities. That has caused housing shortages, job shortages,
blame immigration
and
for the fault of your government.
And if I could,
the fact that you did not
I didn't
invest in
interrupt
housing,
you. I did not
built
interrupt
6
you,
homes.
sir. I did
That's
not
wrong.
interrupt you.
Don't blame.
I do not blame.
your
If I could,
failures.
Let him finish.
I do not blame immigrants. I blame the Liberal government, which brought this policy on. And Mr. Carney wants to continue with the Century Initiative. This is crazy. We have to get back to normal levels of immigration, get rid of the fraud in the temporary immigration system, and ensure that the people who come here can arrive in numbers that we can house, employ, and care for. That's how it always was, and that's how we're going to restore
Thank you, Mr. Poilievre. That is our time for this segment. Those are our 5 themes, but we are not done yet. We are entering the next section of our debate tonight, what we're calling the leader's choice, something a little bit different. Each of you will get the chance to ask a question, any question, of any other leader. You can then debate the answer, and each one on one will last for 3 minutes. So, Mr. Singh, you have the first option here. Who do you want to ask your question of?
Mr. Carney.
Go for it.
Mr. Carney, as chair of Brookfield Investments, your company is one of the biggest tax dodgers in Canada. As chair, you approved decisions where Brookfield Investments bought up affordable homes, kicked out the tenants, and jacked up the rates. As prime minister, one of the first things you did was a tax cut that helped out mostly millionaires. And you have a plan to cut services for people. Now, I expect that of Mr. Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives. That's very much a conservative plan. But my concern is that doesn't sound like what people want for a Liberal leader. So my question to you is, Mr. Carney, whose side are you really on?
Thank you very much for that question, Mr. Singh. I'm on the side of Canadians. I'm in this for Canadians. I work for Canadians.
But your track record doesn't show that, though.
No, I have a track record of public service for this country. Go back to something Mr. Blanchet referenced earlier, which is have I resolved any crises? We're in Quebec. If you ask anyone in the finance industry, if you ask anyone in government in Quebec in 2008, they'll know that I resolved the biggest crisis in Quebec. Yeah,
you won't have fun.
But
60 million.
But I'm in fairness with Mr.
This is for these two.
Yes, I have had a long career in the private sector. I'm proud of that career. I've always acted with integrity, and it brings me with experience that I can apply in this moment of crisis.
And you certainly have served the country. But the problem is who have you served? You've served to benefit those at the very top. You jacked up the price of homes for people living in affordable homes as a strategic decision. You dodged taxes. And then your decisions as Prime Minister show you're not prioritizing people, but you're prioritizing big business, billionaires.
So what have we done as a government directly? So we've gone directly to workers using all of our proceeds from the tariffs, committing all of them for workers, the workers most affected in
the employment insurance isn't
unlike others, unlike others who plan to use them to cut taxes. We are
the
focused
amount of
on
EI is not high enough, though. You have to accept that. Right now,
there will be additional programs. I am fully confident that the next government, whatever government is formed, or certainly if I'm in the next government, we will make additional programs.
But you didn't do that so far, though.
Well, I can't. You couldn't. Well, you couldn't, given that we're in an election process.
Could have increased the amount, though.
May I make a core point here, if I may, which is that when you think about workers here today and people watching at home, particularly younger people, there is an enormous opportunity in the trades, in the skilled trades. We are going to build this country in a way that has not been seen before. We are literally talking about hundreds of thousands, not jobs, but careers in the trade. And that's why we're investing in apprenticeships and mid-career.
But I think people are worried, Mr. Carney, if New Democrats aren't there to force Liberals to make sure they remember about people they will forget.
Gentlemen, that is time. Thank you for that. Monsieur Blanchet, you have the next question. To whom would you like to put it?
Mr. Carney, you avoided quite I would say skillfully the questions of Mr. Singh. But first, let me correct something. In 2008, not so much by your decision, $10 billion were given to car industry in Ontario, while 60 millions, not billions of dollars, were lent to lumberwood throughout the whole of Canada. I don't believe that's the right way to manage a crisis, since you did not recoup the money from the car industry. Then, you have been the manager of Brookfield. It's supposed to be a green investment fund, but we now know that 50% of the investments of Brookfield is in fossil fuel. It's not so green. You seem to want to support oil and gas industry. That's interesting. You want to support prefab housing, and it's also in the investments of Brookfield, but not in Canada. You want to support nuclear power, smaller reactors, which are more dangerous, by the way, and Brookfield has investments in Westinghouse. You have hidden the money of Brookfield in Bermuda and Cayman Island, $30 billion. Billions of dollars lost for Canada. You are having your taxes being paid by families, workers, elders in Canada and Quebec instead of paying your own taxes. So I want to know, will you, before the election, reveal all the details of your assets, as Mr. Singh has done, as Mr. Poilievre has done, and as I have done? We have a right to know under those circumstances.
Let's let him answer.
Well, the first thing is, I want to say a word about, I'll say a word about Brookfield. You know, this is a Canadian success story. It is the largest infrastructure investor and developer in the world. It is one of the largest, if not the largest, developer of renewable power in the world. And who benefits from that? That's Canadian pensioners. That's Quebec pensioners. That is teachers. That is firefighters. It is a series of people, including individuals on this stage, benefit from that. Now, always acted with integrity, served the shareholders of Brookfield when I was there. I have left that. I have followed all the rules well in advance.
So
I have followed all the rules well in advance.
Let's reveal your assets like we all did.
And working for the people of Canada.
What do you own? Why
And that is
don't
time,
you tell
gentlemen.
Canadians and
That is
Quebecers
time.
what you own?
Monsieur Blanchet, we're moving on to Mr. Polyev now, who has his opportunity to ask the question of whomever he'd like here, and that will be?
Mr. Carney, but if I could begin by setting the stage. The choice in this election is, after a lost Liberal decade of rising cost and crime and a falling economy under America's thumb, do we want to elect them to a fourth term? Or do we want to change? Change so that you can afford food and homes, change so that you can be safe on your street, and change so that your paycheck grows faster than your cost of living. Change with a new Conservative government. Because Mr. Carney has not changed. Mr. Carney, in 2020, it was recorded, you began advising Justin Trudeau. It's on the Liberal Party website today that you are Justin Trudeau's economic advisor. They might want to update your website on that. On June 3rd of 2021, you said that inflation would be a sign of economic progress. And you advised governments, including Justin Trudeau's, your Liberal government, to print money, which led to the worst inflation crisis in a generation. Now, that means that mothers went to bed with empty fridges and empty bank accounts, worried how they'd feed their kids, that seniors worried they'd be evicted from their homes, that young people believed they'd never be able to own a home in the first place. Now, in retrospect, that you look back on the Liberal decisions that you advised Justin Trudeau to take, will you look at the camera in the eye and apologize to the many people who suffered as a result of the inflationary policies that you advised Justin Trudeau to implement?
You know, I said earlier, but I'm going to say it again. I know you want to be running against Justin Trudeau. Justin Trudeau isn't here.
Are you denying you were his economic advisor?
I did not provide any of that advice. I did not provide any of that advice.
On the Liberal Party
I'm
website.
sorry.
Are you accusing your Liberal Party of lying about your role? Because it says today you can go to the Liberal Party website now, and it says that you were Justin Trudeau's economic advisor.
The way you judge someone, in my view, is how they act, what they do when they have responsibility. Twice I was a central bank governor. And in both cases, if I may, in both cases when I was responsible for inflation, inflation was less than 2%. I'll add that when I was here responsible for the Bank of Canada, inflation was less than 2%. Our dollar was at parity. That is the kind of success that I can deliver for this country coming out of this crisis. And what is at stake here? What is at stake here? What is at stake here?
That gave us the worst inflation that we have had in a generation, because the policies that you implemented and those of the MPs that are still in your ministry.
To the
fellow Canadians,
crisis which
the last 10 years has been about the Liberals. The next 10 years should be about you.
And that's time. Mr. Carney, the good news is the next question is yours.
Well, I'm going to ask myself a question. Actually, I'm going to ask a question which has been troubling me. And it's troubling me because, you know, we are in a very dangerous and divided world.
Who is it to?
I'm going to ask a question of Mr. Polyev. Why not? We're in a dangerous and divided world. We talked earlier about the challenges in the Middle East, the threats from Iran, threats from Russia, Russia's aggression in Ukraine. We have the threats from China, which I raised. We have the United States, which is fundamentally changing its security relationships, its commercial relationships. We have all this. And in the context of that, everyone on this stage, Mr. Blanchet, Mr. Singh, myself, we have our top secret security clearance. We have our top secret security clearance. I got mine within 3 weeks. It wasn't hard, but I felt it was important that I had it so I could be in a position to be informed about that dangerous world and take decisions at. And Mr. Polyev, it is now 950 days, if my numbers are right, since you've had the opportunity to get your top secret security clearance and you've refused? Why?
Well, first of all, I have got my security clearance when I was a minister. I got top secret clearance at the time, so there's no problem getting that. But when the government made this recent offer, they said that if I got the secret security clearance briefings, that I would be gagged under the security law, and I could be prosecuted if I spoke freely about matters of foreign interference. Now, given that Canada has experienced Chinese interference by Beijing, the government of China, in 2 consecutive elections, I needed to do my job to speak freely without fear of prosecution. And that was not something I would be allowed to do. Even Thomas Mulcair, the former leader of the NDP, said that when he was the leader of the opposition, he never would have accepted the kind of gag order that your government and Mr. Trudeau's government was attempting to impose on me. And it's good that I'd made that decision, because it has allowed me to speak freely about things like the case where one of your candidates, sir, actually said that he wanted to send a political opponent to China under a bounty threatening his life or imprisonment, and you refused to get rid of him. Now, it might have something to do with the fact that you went to China not long ago to get a $250 million loan for your company. But the reality is you refused to stand up for a Canadian who was being threatened by a foreign government. And I was able to speak freely on that matter because I refused the gag order that the Liberal government attempted to impose on me.
Well, there's a couple of interesting things. I think people at home have seen a robust debate here, and it's been a robust campaign, and it has not stopped Mr. Blanchet or Mr. Singh at times during his campaign by making challenges with respect to these issues. So one can address it. I will observe, as someone with the top secret security clearance, that China is not the only country that is accused of foreign interference.
And gentlemen, that is time for this segment. That's our time. Now, closing statements are still a few minutes down the road, so we have a little bit of time for some quick hit Q&As for each of you right now. Short questions, 45 seconds, please, on the answers, and we're going to go left to right as I look at you right now. Mr. Poilievre, you get the first question. To the best of my knowledge, you have not offered a hard timeline, as the other parties have, to meet Canada's NATO commitment of 2% spending on defense. When would you hit that target?
My aim will be to 2030. That said, when we renegotiate our trade deal with the U.S., I know it's their priority to see us increase our military budget. One of the things I will say to the Americans is the more free trade, tariff-free free trade we have, the faster we can rebuild our military in Canada and reassert our sovereignty. And we will use that money to have heavy icebreakers in the north, Poseidon aircraft, fighter jets, a new base in the north, double the Arctic Rangers, fill the vacancies in the armed forces, and rebuild the warrior spirit that characterized our military since the birth of our country. We will rebuild our forces, and we will stand behind our veterans.
Thank you, Mr. Poilievre. Mr. Carney, your question. You have cut both the consumer carbon tax and the capital gains tax increase that you inherited from your predecessor. Is that an admission that the Liberals made life less affordable for Canadians?
I think let me give you the rationale behind both of those changes. First, with respect to the consumer carbon tax, in effect, it'd become too divisive for Canadians. Canadians received rebates. On the whole, they received more than the tax actually was, but some had represented that it was a tax without a rebate. It became divisive. It didn't serve its purpose. It made a relatively modest contribution to overall climate goals. I got rid of it. First act, made Canadians whole. Secondly, but with respect to the capital gains tax, it's come up again, I'll be quick. This is a fundamental issue. We need to build this country. Builders, innovators, entrepreneurs need to be rewarded. That's why I brought it back.
And that's time. Thank you. Mr. Singh, would you change the existing cap on immigration?
I said that the level of immigration, first of all, we need immigration. It's fundamentally important to our country. And we speak to any small business owner, you speak to people here in Quebec, you speak to farmers. It's fundamentally important. A couple of things, though, we know we need to be able to set the amount of folks that we welcome to our country at a level that it meets our needs. So I would ensure that we've got an expert panel that makes that determination based on our economic needs. We also know that we should be very clear that the lack of investment from Liberals and Conservatives resulted in the fact that we have a shortage in housing. That's something that we've got to fix. I should also point out that if you are worried about the cuts being proposed by Liberals and Conservatives, vote for New Democrats. We'll fight back to protect Canadians and make sure that we've got the right immigration levels.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. That's time. Mr. Blanchet, Quebec, I believe, is now the only province with a carbon tax. Do you think that's fair?
It's not entirely true. It's not a tax. What Quebec has is a system by which we invite big emission companies, I don't know how to translate that, to reduce their emissions. If they do not, then they have to pay. It goes into a fund which is invested then in reducing emissions. Our partner is California, which makes this a huge deal about reducing emissions. This is what we do. This is to be compared to what Europe does. And by the way, Europe would impose tariffs on Canadian oil if it ever got there. We're quite proud of that. And we have to be responsible because this is much less expensive than doing nothing to fight climate.
That's time. We're going to do another set of quick hits here, left to right again, and 30 seconds this time. Monsieur Poilievre, you've previously promised to defund the CBC as one of your very first acts as Prime Minister. Is that still the plan?
Yes, CBC will continue to operate as a self-funded, Canadian-owned and controlled non-for-profit that raises money like other media organizations through sponsorships, subscriptions, advertising, licensing fees, and countless other things that will ensure Canadians who still want to listen and view its content will be able to do so. And at the same time, we'll allow freedom of the press so that everybody has their voice heard and they can make their own decisions.
Thank you, Mr. Carney. The next question to you, 30 seconds. Would you remove some of Canada's legal tax avoidance loopholes that companies that you have worked for have used?
Look, I think that what we need to do is undertake a comprehensive review of our corporate tax system and do that on the basis of the right principles. We've got to have fairness, transparency, sustainability, and competitiveness. So we need a tax system, a corporate tax system, including being part of a international minimum corporate tax through the OECD.
And that is time. Mr. Singh, the question for you is, if you hold the balance of power after this election is over, what would your price be to support another party?
We've laid out our priorities. We want to make sure we bring down the cost of groceries, build homes that people can afford. I can also tell you that we would defend CBC, unlike Mr. Poilievre, who wants to cut it. And we would close tax loopholes and offshore tax havens, even though Mr. Carney didn't respond to that. And selling stocks and shares to make profits and then having less taxes on that is not hard work. And so those aren't the job creators. The people who are job creators are the hardworking men and women that contribute to our economy.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Monsieur Blanchet, kind of the same question. If you hold the balance of power in the next minority parliament, if it is that, what would be the price of your support?
Respect for Quebec. That's quite easy. I don't want to go against what Canada wants to do for itself, but I don't want Canada to impose an economic vision or a multiculturalist vision on Quebec, which is different in terms of language and values and secularity and equality between people. So I want to be a partner, and if Quebec is respected, Canada has nothing to fear from the bloc because we vote for what is good for Quebec. It only has to be good for Quebec.
Thank you, Monsieur Blanchet. Now, we have one last question for each of you. We'll go right to left this time as I look at you. Bit of an offbeat question. Mr. Blanchet, what is your biggest regret during this campaign?
That's a very good question. I'm not very fond of regrets, I would say, but we should have started sooner to see that we had to create the environment for a deal in which Quebec and Canada would be, one bigger than the other, but partners to be stronger in front of Mr. Trump and showing that maybe nobody here is the partner to let go alone without being surveyed or controlled or supervised by a Quebec voice.
Thank you, Mr. Blanchet. Same question, Mr. Singh. Your biggest regret of this campaign?
Not being able to meet as many people as I would love to have. It's a short campaign, and so I can't get to as many communities that I wanted to. I think one of the honors of my job is to be able to meet people and to hear their stories, and then to take their stories and concerns and bring them to Ottawa and to fight for those people. And so I want you to know, even if I haven't made it to your community, I'm going to fight like hell to make sure that you're represented, that we never let any government cut our health care, that we defend
we would go in, and Mr. Singh, you get the first word on a closing statement.
Certainly. Thank you. Because you voted for New Democrats, we were able to build this country that we love. Universal health care and pensions, because you voted for us. Because you voted for New Democrats, we were able to fight to bring in dental care, pharmacare, and childcare. Because you voted for us, because you supported us. You have the power with your vote to send more New Democrats to Ottawa, to continue that fight, to make sure that no government cuts the things that we hold dear, like our health care, to ensure that we can do everything possible to make life more affordable by making it more affordable to buy your groceries and to get a home. I'm asking for your support in this election so that I can continue to fight to defend the things that make Canada, Canada, the things that we hold dear, the things that make us proud to be Canadian.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Mr. Carty.
We are facing the biggest crisis of our lifetimes. Donald Trump is trying to fundamentally change the world economy, the trading system. But really what he's trying to do to Canada, he's trying to break us so the US can own us. They want our land, they want our resources, they want our water, they want our country. And we're all going to stand up against Donald Trump. I'm ready. I've managed crises over the years. I've built strong economies. We will fight back with counter tariffs. We will protect our workers and those businesses, and we will build the strongest economy. We will build Canada strong. I'm asking for your support, the honor of doing so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carney. Monsieur Blanchet.
For 260 years and a little bit more, les Français, devenus des Canadiens, devenus des Canadiens français, devenus des Québécois. You have tried to have them become Canadians like all Canadians. But to no avail, we are different. So let's be economic partners. Let's have a voice chosen by and for Quebecers, an ally for Canadians as equals in front of Mr. Trump.
Monsieur Poiliev.
Only in Canada could someone start where I began and get to this stage. I was born to a single mother and adopted by school teachers who raised me to believe in the incredible Canadian promise that anyone who worked hard could do anything. That promise feels broken today. Many of you worried about paying your bills, feeding your families, or ever even owning a home. You're worried your kids are in danger. But I'm here to say it doesn't have to be this way. With change, we can restore the Canadian promise so that hard work gets you a beautiful house on a safe street under a proud flag. We can do it with hope for a change.
Gentlemen, thank you for a very spirited debate tonight. 2 quick points before we go. Number one of you celebrated your 60th birthday yesterday on this stage. Yves-François Blanchet, bon anniversaire.
Bon anniversaire.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Secondly, you'll notice we didn't have to change the time of this debate because the Leafs already clinched the Atlantic Division title, and therefore we didn't need to move the debate to accommodate a hockey game. I'm getting back at my colleague who was in this position last night, and okay, go Habs go, that's fine. With that, we're done. Thank you, leaders, for being here tonight. We are just 11 days from Election Day, April 28th, but there are many ways that you can cast your ballot starting tomorrow at advanced polls. If you intend to vote by mail, that deadline is April 22nd. Make sure to check your voter card for details or contact Elections Canada. This is your democratic right, and we hope you use it. Thank you so much for being with us tonight. I'm Steve Paikin. Good night from Montreal.
Thank you. Enjoy that.
And there you have it, the English language debate of this 45th general election in Canada coming to an end. As you see there, the leaders of the 4 major parties gathering in Montreal, Maison de Radio-Canada. Steve.
Get rid of them. All right. All right. Well, here, let's get rid of those guys. Get rid of those guys. All right. This is much prettier. There's Erika and me. All right. We've just wrapped up the English party leaders federal debate. There's a lot to unpack. Also, there's a ton happening behind the scenes none of you guys know about. Holy I'm going to say shit. Scheiße. Doesn't count if it's in German. There's a lot going on behind the scenes, but I'm going to save that. Some of the information's privy. I want to make sure we can talk about it when we talk about it. Erika, do you know what I'm talking about?
No, but I think you should be texting me these things so that I'm aware.
Okay. I'm going to do that. I got my computer here. Okay. So the four leaders faced off. I mean, as we were talking about before the debate started, the French debates have really, ever since the advent of the Bloc Québécois, become maybe before that. I don't know. I wasn't born, but they're the Quebec debate. Quebec gets its own debate. I'd like it if Alberta and Saskatchewan had our own debates. BC, Manitoba, etc. Prince Edward Island can screw off, but yeah, let them have one too. Actually, anyway, it was. I mean, the Bloc leader played I think actually an outsized role for an English language debate here. I mean, he opened up saying, "I don't like to speak English when I'm in Montreal." That's a reference to the Quebec government's efforts to stamp out the English of was it hello bonjour? You're not supposed to say both, just bonjour, guten tag. But he played I think actually a pretty big role in the debate. Nigel, I think we were chatting side to side here while was going on. No knockout blows though, right?
No. There was no knockout blow, but I mean,
everyone always looks for the knockout blow.
It's been 40 years since there was a knockout blow, which everybody could see that the guy was on the floor, and poor old John Turner. But you know, there was I found that quite often, if you're paying attention, and this is the problem with debates, I got a sense that a lot of people don't really pay attention. It's on, but they're, not really watching. But if you're paying attention, there are a couple of places where things became very clear. For example, there was one segment where there was a discussion of Pierre Poilievre's promise that multiple murderers would go in jail for life. They come out in a box. He's said that. And, the Liberal, the NDP, they're all very concerned about the Charter of Rights and the protection of freedoms. They're missing the point. They missed the point that when you are talking about multiple murderers, these people have already extinguished the rights of the people they killed. And it doesn't. What have we got?
Sorry. I'm told I may have had some bad information that the leaders are taking the stage at the scrum.
No, it's broke. It's out.
Oh, it's out?
No, they said for security reasons.
Oh, okay. I don't mean to interrupt. Okay, so I can break this now. I'm sorry to interrupt. As those who are watching the news cycle of this thing closer than the average person would know, yesterday, following the French language or Quebec debate, the leaders take questions in a press scrum from reporters. Previously, the Debates Commission, launched by the Liberal government, has tried to ban non-government employed or funded reporters from attending. There were court cases and injunctions against that. So the Western Standard, the Rebel, True North, the Hub, other outlets like this can attend. So this year, the Debates Commission did not try to ban them. They just let them in. But they kind of bungled the organization of it. It was thought that each organization gets to ask one question. That did not turn out to be true. And Rebel News, followed by Juno/True North, kind of the same thing, whatever that is, and Countersignal, and then the Hub, stacked the microphones, for lack of a better term. And I'm not meaning that pejoratively, but they stacked the microphones. And if the debate would have been held in Calgary, you want to believe me, I would have stacked the microphones with Western Standard reporters. I would have won as many Western Standard questions as possible. We had a reporter there, Jen Hodgson, who we're going to bring in whenever she's available. She did not get to ask a question. Now, this would not normally be an issue because the CBC, Post Media, Torstar, Globe Mail, these Le Devoir, all these Laurentian guys, they're normally used to getting all the questions. What happened here is Rebel News got most of the questions, and then a fair bit of questions for Juno, etc. And this has precipitated a meltdown in the mainstream media. And, geez, I don't know. We're not even talking about the debate itself yet. I'm kind of not sure which way to go on this. But we've got some great clips. Our reporter, Jen Hodgson, took behind the scenes in the media room. One of the legacy media reporters from the Hill Times, it's like the ultimate insider baseball Ottawa news outlet, was just losing his shit, having a total conniption that that this happened. The rebel got all these questions. And then reporters kind of swarmed Ezra in kind of a scrum. And the details are very hazy right now. I've got a picture of Ezra being sat in a room by himself. I don't know if he was detained or if that was for his own safety.
He's tweeting now, so
I was going to say, this has been on Twitter for, I thought Derek had something
we're staring at
different
this.
than
We're
this.
missing it all break on
Sorry,
Twitter.
So was he
It's all
detained?
on Twitter
what
right now.
happened? No?
I'll
Well,
look
some of the comments from your listeners are saying, like Vashi said, she doesn't even know why it happened, but the fact that they're saying it's a security challenge, like a security concern, almost just seems like a farce on its own.
Yeah. So so they are taking the stage. It broke. No scrum.
No, don't worry about. I was just
There
trying
is
to
no
tell you.
scrum.
No scrum.
No scrum. Okay, so anyway, whatever. Like, I want to talk about the actual debate, not just this insider baseball stuff too much. But long story short, there was such a meltdown from the legacy media, and also like some of the criticism was that they were asking, making kind of very long preambles in their questions. I think that is actually fair criticism of some of the questioners from the independent conservatives. Not all of them. Some of them actually asked just very good, very pointed, short questions. So other criticisms were that the questions weren't related to the debate. Sometimes true, sometimes not. But also, I mean, these debates ignore some pretty big issues. Guess what? We didn't get to talk about immigration tonight. I mean, there's a little bit of it.
Can
but
I
it
just
wasn't-
point out that I think the point of freedom of the press is they can ask whatever damn question they want? Like, isn't
Yeah.
that the point?
Exactly. I mean, on debate night, there's a lot to take in. Probably should be related to debate, but you have the right to ask what you want.
I think when you're asking the potential prime ministers, like, isn't anything fair game, and you can direct them because
absolutely.
you're challenging their leadership. So, sure, let's keep it to debate, but wouldn't that be quite a big scope anyway?
I think that criticism has less merit than the preamble kind of making a
Totally.
short monologue while you've got some national airtime. I think that one's got a bit. I do know that, like, we both actually work with Jen Hodgson, our reporter who's in Montreal for the debates right now. I know the precise wording. We know the precise wording of her question. It's a minimal preamble, just kind of to set context of the question and get right to it. It was actually we actually had a very tough question for Pierre Poilievre. We actually chose, because he doesn't get much accountability from the conservative and Western perspective, from the Laurentian press gallery. So we wanted to give that. It was a tough question. A question he probably would not have wanted. It was, he said, hey, production, let's try to get Jen in here. Message her. I want to bring her in. But the question was around
equalization.
Like,
what are you gonna do?
In the French language debate, he said he won't touch equalization. Like, he's going to maintain that. And that's a popular thing to say when you're in front of a Quebec audience for a Quebec French debate. But we said, other than pipelines, which you're markedly obviously better than the Liberals and NDP and Bloquette, other than that, why should Westerners vote for you when you say you're going to leave the status quo when this in place? That's a question he probably wouldn't have wanted to get. It was a tough but fair question. It's obviously not one the Conservative Party asked us to just softball over to them. I was looking forward to that. I'm a little bit pissed off. Jen Hodgson was camped out.
We got her.
Oh, we have Jen. Okay. Hold on. She's setting up her camera. Don't bring her in yet. That's just we got a good view of her front molars.
She's mic, yeah.
So okay, Jen, are
The other
you,
behind the scenes story.
Okay, Jen. As soon as Jen's got her camera set up, but we had a pretty tough question set up for Jen to ask. We knew exactly what it was going to be. Now, I'm sure that the debate commission and the other press saw that We literally had a Western Standard reporter camped out from 1 p.m. the entire day. I talked to her about this. I was like, we're not missing another day of questions here. So just literally camp out and park your butt right there. I don't know if that played, I can only speculate if that maybe played into the decision to cancel this, but what a mess. Okay, let's bring, Jen, you need to back up from your camera a little bit, I think. You're a little close. Okay, let's bring Jen in. Jen, where exactly are you in Quebec? Like in the building? Like, is this the press room?
Hey guys, yes, I'm right now at the media center, which is the press room at the Radio Canada headquarters. And we just experienced quite a loud, volatile, tense scrum without any federal leaders. It just came out and was announced that there actually will be no scrum due to security concerns, which actually trace back to a Hill Times reporter. I tweeted out the scene courtesy of Kian Bexty, who was sitting behind the Hills reporter and got it all on film, verbally assaulted Rebel News commander Ezra Levant. And because of that verbal assault, the whole media center, and I mean there must be about 150 to 200 journalists here, and the whole media center was locked down. I was outside actually on this very live stream giving the Western Standard viewers an update when the building was locked down, and we could see inside Ezra Levant, who was standing aside with the RCMP police officers after he was accosted by this Hills Times journalist. When I entered the building...
Hold on, Jen, just hold on. Do we have, did you get the clip to production here on the announcement that there's going to be no scrum?
It's in the Dropbox folder.
Okay, so production's on it here. We're going to show that soon. Before you continue, let's show production. Have you got a clipped version of that Hill Times reporter losing it? Okay, let's roll that right now. This is a Hill Times reporter. Hill Times, as I said, is kind of it used to be actually pretty good at one time. It's pretty crappy now, but it used to be actually pretty good in its heyday.
If you wanted to know which staffer was moving between ministries and which one was getting a promotion, that was the place to find it.
And if you wanted to know who was banging who, you had to read
Frank.
Yeah, they were good in their days. They're both past those days. But okay, so we're ready to roll. So what we're going to show you right now is in the press room, Hill Times reporter losing his shit on Ezra Levant here. Let's roll this.
5 reporters to do. So am I going to switch, or is it all of the people you needed to do the job I do by myself?
You just got to control your emotions. You're just out of control.
Rebel News Network Limited, March 27th, registered with Elections Canada. Name of applicant, Ezra Levant. Mailing address, Edmonton, Alberta. T5J OK4. I wonder where that would have been. Well, I guess T5J OK4. I wonder what that postal code is.
Well, you certainly got a tiger by the tail.
Let's go check out For Canada. I wonder who they are. Am I talking too loud now, or should?
No, you're just.
I don't know about.
You don't understand. You don't even understand what you're looking at.
What work are you doing? With nothing in front of you. Oh! Yes. The really exceptional work you're doing.
Is she telling you you're out of control emotionally? Tantrum boy. I'll call you tantrum boy.
Oh, bring us back on. Okay, what you all just saw there was Ezra living his best life. I apologize if listeners, viewers caught an expletive from me there. He was met with love. Thought I was muted. I should know better. You know what, John, queue up and get ready for when the press surround Ezra from the Rebel here. So, like, just losing his mind. I mean, there's a lot of members of the press gallery, legacy media reporters, who are not as unhinged as that guy. I think he had 5 to 10% legitimate criticisms. Like, hey, you know, like the rest of us want to ask questions too. I was pissed off we didn't get to ask questions yesterday. But guess what? That's our fault. That's not the Rebels' fault. The Rebels stacked the mics. They have more reporters in Quebec and Ontario than we have. No reporters in Quebec and Ontario. We had to fly Jen out there. If the debate was held in Calgary, I had to totally stack the mics here, and that's the debate commission's fault for the rules. They should have limited it to one question per outlet, and that's that. They didn't do it. And these guys are just losing their mind. The CBC is used to actually getting half the questions in press conferences with politicians regularly. John, are we ready to go with the second clip? Yeah. Okay, let's roll.
You mean third-party advertisers, Ezra? Can you talk about the $180,000 you're spending to do advertising, voter contact, both through For Canada and into Rebel News Network Limited?
See, you're wrong on that. And that's what concerns me, is that For Canada is a different group that was registered.
It's paid $170,000 to Rebel News Network Limited. Isn't that not true?
You're getting your facts wrong, Justin. And I want to make sure you're careful.
Yes.
We were actually talking about the CBC, who want us out of here. The CBC want us kicked out. We're not leaving. The CBC were outraged that Mr. Cormier let us in. The CBC had 4 questions yesterday. Rebel News had 4 questions yesterday. The CBC thinks that's normal, and it's abnormal that we make it.
Again, David? Talking to you about your accreditation asking questions, or was it about the incident here right now, just earlier?
It was about neither. It was actually about, what's his name, the ball guy in the CBC? David Cochrane. Yeah, I mean, Cochrane wanted me kicked out. I ain't leaving. Cochrane's really thin-skinned. I talked to Rosemary Martin too. I invited her to a challenge, and she declined, but that had nothing to do with it.
Ezra being a Schwein in Scheisse, just having the greatest time, I think, of his entire life. Blaise Beamer, a Alberta conservative strategist, saying this is the media scrumming the media, and they just don't know what to make of it. As I said, I was a little miffed. We didn't get a question. The other media, I have a right to be a little miffed too, but they played by the rules as they were. Man, it worked out well for them. And as a result, Jen, the entire thing has been because of what happened yesterday, perhaps because everybody saw you camped out there since 1 p.m., there's just no questions allowed entirely from the media, right?
There's no questions allowed from the media. Now, I don't believe that it has to do with me being here since 1 p.m. There were other journalists, just a few, mind you, here at that time, but the media center has been open since noon. So journalists are welcome to come in and set up. However, I will say that following the debate last night, and I did tweet some of these out if some of our viewers want to go and check out some clips from the CBC last night, commenting on the quote, very right conservative websites. Okay, so not even calling our conservative media itself. So that means Rebel News, True North, Juno, of course, us here at Western Standard, and all of the flack that we got on the CBC because of the kinds of questions that we ask. So there were comments about how these kinds of questions are odd and aren't really what Canadians want to hear, which of course is contrary to what we hear from our viewers. These are the kinds of important questions that Canadians are interested in, the kind of questions that the mainstream media is not asking. But Rosemary Barton and friends on CBC, after the debate last night, in between the leaders coming out for their media availability, it was all focused on conservative news outlets and how we frame questions and how we take so long to ask questions too. In fact, while some conservative reporters were asking questions of the federal leaders last night, there was heckling in line from the back of the line saying, get to the point, and asking why we were even here. And you can really feel the tension in the room surrounding that. Also today, the tension in the room was built around, it seems to be around Rebel News and Rebel News commander Ezra Levant. He was unprovoked. He was accosted like that. And the Hills Times journalist is just sitting across the aisle to my right here. There were no consequences for that journalist. He stayed for the debate and he's still here. And we can show the video. I also recorded the video from when it was announced that there will be no media availability post debate. There was a lot of tension in the room, and the other journalists in the room turned to blame Ezra and Rebel News. One journalist, he was sitting behind me. He's gone now, but he accused Rebel of having 13 people here on his team, which is categorically false. And there's also the media funding. So there's accusations of who funds conservative media.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Jen. All right. We're going to come back to this, but we should probably talk about the debate. I'd be a little remiss here if we didn't actually talk about why we actually all planned to be here. We're going to come back to this because this is a big issue, and it is perhaps possible. The three of us in the studio, the two of you remotely in Edmonton and Montreal, we care about this more because we're involved in media. Although judging by how many people are watching, it can go either way. Well, let's talk about the debate. We're going to come back to what happened with the cancellation of all post-debate questions and the scrums after, because it's really important. But let's talk about the debate itself. Jen, just while we start off on this, you can come back in when you're ready. Remember the special assignment I gave to you, a little subterfuge. If you want to check in on that, and then we'll come back to you as soon as you check in on that, because if that could pan out, that would be quite something.
Oh.
All right. Did you get that, Jen?
Yep. Sounds good.
Okay. Very good. Okay. Cory, you've been very uncharacteristically patient in giving your thoughts so far. Is there any moment in that debate that stood out as particularly powerful? I think we're in agreement. There was no knockout blow. I mean, like every debate, we're always looking for the knockout blow. The media is always the same. Independent and legacy, we're always looking for the knockout. I don't think there was one, but there were some moments. Was there a particular moment that stood out? And if not a moment, was there a vibe from a candidate that was maybe better than others?
Well, the others didn't stand out. One thing that stood out was Jagmeet Singh's full immolation as a serious candidate in this race, a self-immolation. Like, if there really was him trying to regain a little ground as the NDP are struggling, he should have been coming in strong and composed. And he was driving people bananas with his interjections and yelling from the background.
It was like a mosquito buzzing around.
Well, yeah, and he's not new to this sort of thing.
Mosquito.
It really does feed some of the potential conspiracies that maybe his goal really is to sink the NDP or at least drive them to the Liberals, because his performance was exceptionally bad. The other fellows were solid. I didn't see a knockout blow or anything like that, but Singh just didn't seem to have personal control.
Erika, contradict me if the common wisdom, at least in the room here, is not in keeping with your analysis. I don't think there was a knockout blow. I didn't see it. Everyone's always looking for it. I wanted one, didn't get one. The media always want one, even if you're. Just quick parenthesis for the moderator. The debate commission, terrible, but the moderator himself, Steve Paikin,
he was good.
I like that guy. Should be made governor debate moderator for life.
I was gonna say, I don't know how that guy's voting, and that's like a good thing to
Yeah,
say for a moderator.
Gentlemen, in the newsroom, you heard me say I don't know if he's a communist, a fascist, liberal, conservative, dipper, or bloc. I've been watching this guy's career for over 20 years. I have no idea how this guy votes, and that is important in earning the trust and credibility of the audiences and the candidates who are in a debate. He was a fantastic moderator. I think the debate commission shit the bed, but the moderator himself, who's not responsible for the structure or anything else, any of the rules, Steve Paikin.
Does he get the crown from tonight? He won the debate.
Steve Paikin won the debate.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've seen a lot of bad moderation over the years, or biased moderation. Even last night, there was a little bit of bickering between the moderator and the candidates. There was none of that tonight, so it was very good on that regard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did think,
go ahead.
Sorry, I'm just going to jump in, is like, I think the popcorn eating candidate, like the one that was giving the most zingers of throwing any punches besides Pierre's moment when somehow Carney thought asking him about some weird rogue security clearance stuff was going to go his way, really backfired. But otherwise, like every time Blanchette opened his mouth, I laughed. I was like, man, this guy knows what his assignment is tonight. He knows that he needs to steal liberal votes, and it needs to go to the block. And that man was relentlessly doing his job, and in a comedic, witty way. So Jagmeet Singh, I have no idea what his strategy was. I mean, I don't think that we should expect from Poilievre or Carney to be taking those swings, because their whole goal was look like the prime minister. I thought the unsung hero of tonight was Blanchette, and I actually think he is going to be the person that would move needles away from the Liberals. I think Singh he almost was like, this is my last rodeo and I'm going to shoot at whatever comes in my way. And, if you listen to him, you would have no idea who he thought his opponent was.
God, yeah. I mean, I watch this and God, I want an Alberta or Western Bloc. Wouldn't that be great? Like, I would love to have like some cigar chomping, Stetson wearing version of Blanchette. That'd be pretty cool. Okay, we got some stuff going on in the background here. Nigel, no knockout blow. Did anyone come out significant? No one came out decisively on top, I think, but did anyone come out relatively on top? Who gained points? Who lost points? Well, besides Singh, we already know he lost points. Forget it.
To be honest, when he showed up, I kind of started taking notes on what other people had said, because it was pretty bad.
I refilled the coffee or took a bathroom break when he was talking.
Yeah, I filled up my wine.
First half, I was like, okay, I'm checking out on this guy.
I don't. He's probably not very happy tonight because he knows he's blown it. Excuse me. Okay, I think that Pierre had it to lose, but he didn't lose it. He actually polished off a couple of pretty good points straight off with Mr. Carney. It's a curious thing that Mr. Carney must have been advised that in order to look prime ministerial, you never look at your opponents. And so the question would come into his right ear, and he would look straight ahead. So Poilievre is asking him something, and he just like he's sort of ignoring him as beneath attention, other than he has to on this occasion, which is kind of an unfortunate. I took points off Carney for a lack of just human personality. He was a bit of a drone, actually. Very, very. I'm sure this is contrived. It's been gone through. It's been talked over with the team. Look, sir, when you get out there, don't be emotional. Don't make eye contact. Don't just stick to your lines. It'll be fine. But he did that, but it wasn't fine. Whereas Pierre Poilievre was quite animated. I saw a degree of passion in him that I don't always see. And I certainly don't ever see from Mr. Carney. And so I would actually say on points, without the knockout blow, Pierre Poilievre took it this evening. Last night, The thought was that he probably didn't help himself, but didn't lose ground. Tonight, I think he moved ahead a bit.
Okay, we'll go through, I think, each of the guys. I think we've already kind of... Sorry, have we got Jen here? Okay, okay, so we're going to have actually Ezra Levant, who's at the center of the whole Shiza storm going on in Montreal right now. When we have him, we're going to interrupt whatever we're doing, bring him in. We've already talked about Blanchette unofficially in this. I want to go through each of the leaders. We've talked a bit about the rest too. Let's talk Carney first. I think Carney actually did well. I think a lot of people, particularly in the East, are okay with boring. I mean, the old saying of Bill Davis, the former progressive, emphasized progressive conservative premier of Ontario, who sided with the old Trudeau on the National Energy Program against Alberta. The saying about him was boring. What's the saying? Boring cells.
Oh, with his accountant good looks and his
I mean, he had a similar
yes.
demeanor. It was boring,
yeah.
and it conveyed stability, continuity, competence. Carney did not come across as fiery and populist. We were in a populist moment. I mean, I shouldn't say we. Pan Canada was in a populist moment 6 months ago. Oh, I think we're okay. Jen's getting ready and set up here. Okay, we're going to bring Jen in with Ezra Levant in a moment here. But I think Carney, a lot of especially Eastern Canadians are looking, they're okay with boring. The accountant. Stephen Harper played into that to some extent. It was not fiery populism. It was it was steady, calm competence. And Carney, I think, portrayed that tonight. I'm not going to vote for the guy, obviously, but I can see how someone's looking who's scared right now and doesn't want to rock the boat. I can see how someone would look at Carney's performance, Erika, and say, he's going to calm things down. One of the terms used is dad vibes. Did you get the dad vibes from Carney?
Yeah, well, I look at it as like, what were they all trying to achieve from this? I've been in debate preps, been in those green rooms of like, what are your objectives going to be? His was to look stable, like that boring, stiff suit that you're talking about, I think, Derek. I think he achieved that to some degree, but you could just see that he doesn't have debate confidence. And I think that was where you can be as boring as you want. But when your opponent is someone like Pierre Poilievre, and who is very good in debates, he just looked not equipped. If Canadians did not know that Mark Carney has been prime minister for 1 month after listening to this debate, they were not paying attention because he was using that as an out. He was mixing up things like Keystone versus TMX. He was mixing up a lot of like key facts and demographics of like both the Liberal and his own record. It's like he didn't check his own LinkedIn. So I think you're right. I think from tone and approach that he landed and was fair. He wasn't going to lose any, but on credibility and charisma, I think he fell quite short in this debate, where that might hurt him in areas in Quebec.
Okay, I'm told that Jen Hodgson, our reporter, is standing by in Montreal, and that she has Ezra Levant ready. Let's bring Jen and Ezra into the stream. Jen, are you standing there by with Ezra?
Hi guys, I'm here. Ezra's actually doing his own live stream right now for Rebel News, but he's going to come and talk to me in just a couple minutes.
All right, we're going to come back to you. Just send us a message when you're ready to go.
Okay.
Okay. So let's continue with our analysis of Carney here. Cory, dad vibes, but I also got prime ministerial vibes. I don't necessarily, sometimes I like prime ministerial vibes, sometimes I don't. But he That doesn't mean you make a good one in real life, but playing one on TV, I got that from Carney.
He was composed and he was solid. So I guess, what we're going to be looking for is there was a large chunk of undecided still out there. The Western Standard reported a story on that recently, and often, this could be the moment when people are paying a bit of attention to make their mind up. We'll see what happens. I mean, as we said, perhaps Poilievre had a bit of an edge, but both of them look solid. So who is going to take away from those undecideds right now? It's a matter of who's going to grab more. And as a committed conservative, I would have been happy to see Mr. Carney lose a bit of composure, perhaps, or show some cracks. He didn't score points, but he didn't lose any. And that's kind of where he's been sitting when you're in that position.
Can I just jump in? I just want to ask Cory. So the Nanos poll that just came out earlier tonight says there's for the first time, actually lower undecided amount of Canadians. We're sitting at about 6 to 7 when it's typically, 12, 13, 14. Do you think that there's actually some undecideds that could impact, or do you think that Carney just needed to hold on for dear life? Because I think he was successful in that. I just don't know I don't think anything he did was going to sway that 6%. And it's most of it's locked in already.
Yeah, most of it is, but we've got a very tight race. So when we're talking a few percentage points, it could make that difference. But I mean, the support, I think, for everybody right now is mushy. If we've seen anything, it's that the electorate is volatile right now. I mean, we've never seen poll spikes in our lives like we've seen this last 2 months. So, I mean, if you can spike that high for the Liberals that fast, you could drop that fast too. But something needs to happen, and nothing explosive happened tonight. So I don't see the needle moving. I guess. I mean, maybe it's going to move a little bit, but I couldn't see Carney losing points tonight.
Nigel, did Carney, he goes into this as the front runner, not by a huge margin, but by, if we're taking the consensus of the polls, and I don't think the polls are any great conspiracy, unless you're Ecos, because Frank is drinking his own bathwater, if I can stretch a pun. Other than Ecos, the other polls, some tend to be more favorable to one party or another, but the consensus is Liberals going in as front runner. When you're front runner, you generally want to play it safe. You don't want to make any big mistakes. You don't need to land a big blow. You just need to not get blown. Yeah, I can see Cory. I can see Cory.
I didn't say it this time.
No, that one's me. Nigel, I think Carney just needed to not screw up. Did he accomplish that tonight?
Depends how deeply you're into politics, really, doesn't it? I mean, in the terms of just the presentation, the looking straight ahead, the looking prime ministerial, not getting too rattled. Yes, he held his own. But if you actually listen to what the man said and compare it with what you know he has done and things he has said in the past, then you think, well, wait a minute, that's I'm not convinced. I'll give you one example. He came to Calgary, 10 days ago, made a speech and said, we've got to be an energy superpower. That, by the way, is an old Stephen Harper line.
Did you write that one?
I think that might have been Paul Bunner who preceded me.
Just context for newer viewers. Nigel was the chief speechwriter for Stephen Harper in the day, but yeah. Okay, so that was not you, but
no, I think that preceded me. That was when they said the KX was a no-brainer. That wasn't me either, although I thought it was at the time. Anyway, that's not about me. The thing is, he said in Calgary we're going to be an energy superpower. Out here in Alberta, we know what that phrase means. He said he had been raised in Alberta, so he knew what that phrase meant. And then he said this evening, oh, well, it's actually going to be a clean energy superpower. And right there, that means this has got nothing to do with oil and gas and the things that we care about. Now, if you're not into politics, you probably wouldn't pick that up. Mm-hmm. So when you're asking me, did he leave any change on the table? The answer is, for most people, probably not. But if you're into this stuff, you pick up little things like that, and you say, all right, I see where he's coming. He is not who he says he is.
On that, I mean, it depends on the messenger. If Danielle Smith said Alberta is a clean energy superpower, I would interpret it as she believes Alberta energy is clean. And so it depends on how much grace you're giving him. And this has, I think, been the brilliance of the Carney Liberal campaign, is he's saying things that are just a Rorschach test that different people interpret so differently. If he says clean energy superpower, I mean,
well, yeah.
This is okay. We're getting ready to go to Jen and Ezra.
All
here.
right.
But like, if you say you're clean
Now
energy,
she's
superpower-
thumbing down. Okay, put your thumbs away until you're ready.
Okay. All right, not yet. But like, I would say Alberta is a clean energy superpower because I understand that Alberta energy, oil and gas is maybe not as, like if you're talking emissions, not as clean as say a solar. It probably is cleaner than wind, but it depends who's saying it. And knowing Carney, you read his book, you understand what this man's about. When he says clean energy superpower, I take that as meaning he's not talking about the West.
This is the intellectual mindset of people who think like Mr. Carney and who he hangs out with. You use the words that everybody understands, but you mean something different. Like when you talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, well, we kind of like a little diversity and equity. Well,
I hired you. You're British.
Yeah,
that's very diverse.
So inclusion, let's all get together. Let's all go to the pub. That's what those words mean to us, but it means something very different when people who think like Mr. Carney use them. And I think you're finding that throughout that whole speech or that series of answers, that he says nice, safe things. And the people who are with him know what he means. The people who come in cold think, that sounds nice.
Yeah. Okay. That's Carney. Let's talk about Pierre Poilievre. Poilievre is in a very strong position, but not yet winning. And the Liberal vote is more efficient. This is a very odd election. We have not had an election like this, arguably almost in the post-war period. That is, in the post-war period, like we've had splintering of parties increasingly. 1993 was the biggest splintering of parties when you had the advent of reform and the bloc. And then things consolidated 2003 with the unification of the Conservative Party. But in terms of vote share, the Greens didn't even qualify for the debate, even though the debate rules were literally written to include them. They still couldn't meet the threshold to get in. The PPC vote it's there. And unless Pierre, say, really betrays things in a big swing to the left, I don't think the PPC is going to catch on too hard here. And the NDP is totally melted down. We're in a two-party plus system. It's not a full multi-party anymore with the NDP's meltdown in English Canada. So I don't know the way the electoral math is going to work. Previous math has still advantaged the Liberals. We just don't know how it's going to work. We're kind of playing with a different deck of cards. But Poilievre, one way or another, is going into this debate insanely as the underdog. Within striking distance, he can still win. He's not down and out, but he is under. He needed to win tonight. And if he doesn't win tonight, he's got to pull something out of his hat, or some catastrophe has to strike the Liberal campaign in the next 2 weeks. Start with Erika. I think Poilievre did fine. I think he didn't take any big hits. None of them landed, at least. He had some good zingers. I really liked you want to protect. I want to protect Canadians from criminals. You want to protect turkeys from hunters. Good line. It's not a knockout for hunters like me. Got me, but
you're already voting for him.
I haven't voted federal Conservative in a very long time, so I am a hard voter to win over. But yeah,
I voted for him yesterday, so
okay. But I'm already kind of there. But I think the big weakness of Poilievre was that his overuse of sloganeering. For a change. Bring it home. I get repetition is good in politics, always has been, and it has never been more so than right now, where it's all about the 2-second soundbite that gets clipped. I mean, we got a lot of people watching this stream right now, but the majority of people are just going to, they're going to wake up in their bed all groggy. They're going to open up X or open up Facebook, and they're going to see a couple little clips. They're not going to watch the whole debate. But there's an advantage to being an experienced politician, but it also looks like I think he's been in politics a little too long, almost like he's been in his whole adult life. I think he was too sloganeering. That's my take. How do you think politics?
4,999.
You know what? I think it's like, are we going? What is happening?
We just broke a lot of viewers.
Oh, yay!
We just scored a goal, so I had to do that.
That's fair. So I think two things. One is who is he talking to in that debate versus who is he talking to on those sound bites. And I think he probably will win on the sound bites, but you're right. It was a little bit stagnant. It wasn't, I don't think he was going to come out and do this, this grand slam or be super aggressive. Like maybe you're insinuating he would, because it was his to also lose. He needed to look prime minister-esque, and I will say he came out very, very strong. His composure, his tone, like if I was sitting in that green room, I'd be like, you're nailing it. You're doing exactly and composing yourself. He didn't interrupt. Like Singh just looked crazy, and it had helped. But even with how him and Carney interacted, they were rarely respectful to each other. I think he tried to throw a few punches, but even coming into what is he supposed to do for this debate, he was supposed to, I think, strategically throw punches and then back off. And I think he was successful in that. However, is that going to sway voters? I don't know. I would say he more confidently did not lose any voters. And maybe in this debate, given how close it was, that was their calculated strategy. But yeah, I heard axe the tax, time for change, all of these things that perhaps they think are going to help, because you have to tell someone something over 7 times before they actually hear it. However, we've been hearing it for the last year and a half. So I'm not sure that it's having the same impact that maybe it would in a traditional debate if we haven't heard these taglines from him, which he was also criticized for, of having taglines and not policies. So did he knock it out of the park? I don't think so, but I don't think that was his goal going into this debate, because to what something Cory said earlier is the conservative vote is way stronger and way more locked in than the liberal vote. So I think his play was let the other guys throw the punches and hopefully steal some votes from the liberals.
So let me just challenge you on that for a second about
Perfect.
about the frequency with which PR uses slogans. Now, people like us, we're in this every day. If you're reporting and writing about this, you've got the television on in the newsroom and you hear it all the time. We've kind of heard it. But most people don't do that. Most people do not. Nobody watches the CBC anyway. So of the few who do, how many actually are paying attention to what the leaders are saying and are starting to find it tiresome that they keep using these slogans?
Yeah, I don't think
this is the
sorry, go
night.
ahead.
This last night and tonight is probably going to be when most people hear most of what they're going to hear about the issues in this election. So in that circumstance, maybe, I don't think he said bringing it home, but other than that,
he common sense as much as I actually thought he would either. But
yeah. So I maybe there's a place for the slogans, given the nature of the audience that this event attracts.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're in the weeds of analyzing it. So I'm definitely being more critical of what the common voter is. We talked on our podcast, The Discourse, about the W. So you watch when the writ is dropped, you watch the debate, and then you watch for election results. And otherwise, most Canadians, which I don't think includes the 4 of us tonight, aren't paying attention every single day. And so to your point, I think he was probably speaking to people. I think he's going to win the soundbite, social media, those clip game after to be able to ensure that those sound bites make it into each and every one of those clips. So, but when it comes to straight up debate, I think there was a lot of repetition that to someone watching from start to finish might have saw it as less authentic than maybe you saw from some other candidates. And again, like I'm being critical of the guy I just voted for yesterday. So I just want to break it down for people, but this is like behind the curtain stuff. To average Canadians, I think it was probably fine.
Did you actually even think it was a debate? Cory, what do you think? Did we get a debate or did we get an exchange of slogans?
It was a discussion.
There wasn't too much, I guess, the impulsive answers, the interchange. Everybody was so controlled. It was, if you get that good back and forth where neither of them were prepared and using their notes and we're actually having an exchange. We didn't see any of that tonight or last night. You don't see it in a lot of debates anymore. The John Turner Mulrooney moment, that wasn't prepped or scripted.
Hold on.
She's chatting with
Jen,
me.
give the thumbs. Okay. All right.
Through this way a little bit. There we are.
We're going to do.
Okay. I've got them in my ear here, but I'll just ask you about it if that's okay.
Bring me on there, John. Okay. So we began immediately after the debate, not talking about the debate itself. This screen setup's not good, John. We can hardly see things. But yeah, there we go. We began not talking about the debate itself. We were talking about the debate of the debate behind the scenes. We've already played some clips. Ezra doesn't need to see them because he's in them. Ezra doesn't know what I said about them, but I largely said this is Ezra, the happiest I've ever seen him in my life. But as we know, Rebel News, followed by Juno / True North, Counter Signal, and some others yesterday, dominated the post-debate press scrums. And as a result, the post-debate press scrums today are totally canceled. We've played some of the videos of one Hill Times journalist kind of losing his mind, screaming at Ezra, and Ezra responding back in a rather witty way, and then the entire press scrumming Ezra Levant. Ezra, I don't know how to put this any other way other than is today the happiest I've ever seen you?
I saw, yeah.
Okay, so I am here with Ezra Levant, and Derek Fildebrandt is asking, is this the happiest that he's ever seen you?
You know what? I'm actually disappointed in the decision by the commissioner of this debate to shut down the scrum. His mission is to serve the public. And how does it serve the public to let these politicians go without a scrum? And I think I know why he did it. On the one hand, over the last 24 hours, the commissioner has been pressured by every mainstream media big shot.
Yeah.
How dare you allow the citizen journalists in? He's mad at Rebel News, but he was also mad at Juno and Counter Signal and Western Standard. And there are about 10 citizen journalists here. But Rebel's the most hated.
Yeah.
And so the CBC and CTV and all the others went a full court press on Michel Cormier for the last 24 hours saying, you've got to stop Rebel News. We had 4 questions out of 17 yesterday, which is pretty respectable. CBC had 4 questions too. So the problem that Michel Cormier was in was, how does he appease his base, mainstream media journalists, but not break the law? Because we've been to court against these guys twice. And twice the federal court said, you can't discriminate against Rebel News based on ideology. So how can you craft a way to get Rebel not to ask questions? What a conundrum. So they just cut the Gordian knot and canceled the whole thing. I believe that's what happened. They claimed it was a security incident, but I don't believe that. This is the most secure facility in the country right now. There's got to be I100 cops here, sniffer dogs, searches,
RCMP,
snipers. I mean, that's a BS excuse. And if there was a security incident, they would have interrupted the debate. That was, and by the way, when Michel Cormier came in to announce that, people said, what's the security incident? And he ran away. I think this is super gross. But I have to tell you, the grossest part was when some of the regime media reacted to Rebel News questions. By the way, I didn't ask a question myself, but the lovely Drea Humphrey did, and Sheila Gunn Reid did, and Alexa Lavoie en français. when our people got up, there was hissing, there was heckling, there was hollering, because they hated the idea that we could even be allowed in this sanctified place that only professional journalists are in. But we're professional. We do it,
of course,
full time, and there's no such thing as a journalistic profession. It's not like being a doctor or a lawyer. Anyway, so it was a crazy thing. I'm very proud of the 4 journalists who asked the question. I'm grossed out by the CBC, which really led the charge to kick Rebel News out. I think that the leader of the Debates Commission is a weak man who was bullied by the mainstream media and did not do his duty. But it's really nice to see you here, and Juno, and Counter Signal, and Rebel, because all these folks, if they think they can put the citizen journalism genie back in the bottle, well, tell it to Joe Rogan. And all these people here live off the subsidies of the government because they're failing in their business models. And if they think that being mean to Rebel or Western Standard or Counter Signal is going to save their job, they're wrong. They should get with the future. And how about, I mean, I know that you're the same way at Western Standard. Every day you think, what do my viewers want? Because if you're not listening to them, you're going to go out of business. But the CBC and other regime media, they take a different approach. They say, what does one viewer, Mark Carney, say? They only care about...
They're beholden.
That's right, to one person.
Okay,
that's not going to win.
Now,
Ezra can't hear us, right? Like you're essentially going to have to translate from English to English, right?
Right.
Okay. All right, that makes it a little more
Well, I just want to go back to that about the security issue that was cited about what was happening here in the media center. Now, I was actually outside on a live stream with the Western Standard when we were locked out. And Sheila, your colleague, came and let me know that something was going on with you. She had a video on her phone.
Right.
And a Hills Time reporter who is actually sitting over here, hasn't been removed, continues to sit in here. He turned around and verbally accosted you. Now, that was completely unprovoked, I understand.
Yeah, he was sort of went on a crazy rant. A lot of people videoed it. That was not why I left. I left because the CBC had made a complaint.
Right.
To kick me out, and the complaint was not upheld.
I see.
So it just was
because when I came back in, you were here surrounded by maybe 50, 60 journalists.
It, and so I held court for a few minutes.
You did? Yeah, we got the video up.
The crazy guy from the Hill Times, I don't know what happened to him. He's what I had in mind when I said people are being radicalized. Like he was just hollering, and I just said, control yourself, lower your energy.
Yeah.
I mean, I interacted with him for about a minute. I just said, calm down, calm down. That was not, it looked like it was because it was the same time. I was called out because the commission was asked by the CBC to deport me. Not from the country, but from the event. From the event. And they said, well, what do you have to say? I said, no, that's crazy, and here's why. And they said, okay.
That's unbelievable.
It's got nothing to do with that. I mean, it looked like it did because it was at the same time.
Okay, so it did appear to me that there was a link. So it was actually a CBC complaint who last night after the debates, they went continuously on a rampage.
I've never seen it. I've never seen it this bad.
I have never seen it this bad either. And they were explicitly saying that Rebel News traffics in misinformation. What do you say to that?
Well, I mean, misinformation is a way of saying, I don't agree with you. Okay, well, I don't agree with them. I mean, I would say if you believe that raising taxes will change the weather, that's a conspiracy theory. That's misinformation. You know, that's what everyone says about the other guy they don't like.
Or carbon taxes would change the environment.
Yeah, I mean, I don't use the word misinformation that often, but that's just the way of saying. I mean, for example, yesterday, Drea Humphrey talked about the alleged graves at the Kamloops Indian Den. Now, Drea actually went there.
Oh.
And she actually talked to the chief. I don't think that Rosemary Barton did, but Rosemary Barton was saying Drea's comments about that were misinformation. But I know Drea's information is firsthand. She literally drove there. So, I mean, I'm not going to be too fussed, but when the CBC says we're full of misinformation, what they really mean is we don't agree with them.
In the same breath, Rosemary Barton said, Rebel News traffics in misinformation, and that remains of Indigenous children have indeed been found in various places across the country.
I actually tweeted that clip out and tagged Rosemary Barton, asking her if she would cite her source. And of course, we haven't heard anything back, but that tweet got a lot of traction. And actually tonight, I was just speaking with Drea, and Drea walked by Rosemary Barton. They had an encounter, and Drea politely said to her, well, if you know something that I don't, can you please share with me this source? Where did you get that information that there have indeed been bodies found or remains found? And mainstream media, Post media, has been backtracking on this, now calling these remains anomalies. It's widely accepted that there have been no remains found. Yet on a CBC live stream, the broadcasters were so irate that they were spewing their own, not to use their own phrase, but misinformation and disinformation, things that are categorically false.
Look, there's a lot of people in this room right now, even right now as it's emptying out, that I really disagree with. Like, I mean, I super disagree with them. But I'm not going to rage at them.
Yeah.
I'm not going to shout at them or say, get out.
Of course.
Like, I'm trying to think why they had such an explosive reaction to us. I think it's because we're in their happy place and I don't understand. I need to think about it some more, but let me say this. The way they've treated our people, if the shoe was on the other foot, would be an outrage. And you mentioned Drea, my esteem for her has grown so much because she put up with the slings and arrows with such grace. And it was like there was a pit of snakes hissing at her when she asked her question yesterday. And
yes, you could feel the tension in the room.
I was very proud of her, and I was very proud of Alexa Lavoie. Oh my God, Alexa! You know, it's even more rare to have a freedom-oriented journalist in Quebec than in English Canada, and they hate Alexa so much. And the fact that she had a question, they hated that. I've just never seen that hate come out. I mean, listen, there were questions yesterday that I did not like either, but I'm not gonna start saying boo. Like, I mean,
of course, heckling other journalists.
And those are the fancy people. Those are the official people. You would think that, Rebel News is supposed to be the ruffians. We were polite as church mice.
Yes, thank you.
I'm really glad Western Stand were here, and I want to give out a shout out to Derek, who's done a heck of a job, and I really think he's standing up for the interests of Western Canada, and I regard myself as a Westerner at heart, even though I'm out here in exile in Ontario. So I want to praise the whole team, and thank God for the Western Standard. All's good on the Western front when you guys are around. So I'm delighted you guys were represented here.
Thank you so much for your time, Ezra.
Cheers.
Feelings mutual.
Bye, everybody.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right. Ezra could not hear me. He didn't have an earpiece. That's production. Make note of that. We have to find a way to deal with that for future ones. But Ezra was unfortunately not able to hear us. But Jen, I think you did a good job.
Thank you.
Ezra there. Okay, we're going to bring it back into studio here. Stand by, Jen. We're still going to bring you in from time to time. But if you have to do anything for your secret assignment, feel free to drop out, but come back in when you're ready.
10-4. Thank you.
Okay. Let's pick up on analysis of Carney here. I think, did everyone get their say on Carney? Okay, everybody got their say on Carney.
We were like halfway through Pierre.
Oh, yes, we were on Pierre.
Yeah,
okay.
I went. You went.
Okay.
The boys got to go. Those
Cory
boys that keep sitting so close together, as noted by a listener earlier.
It's getting hot in here. Actually, it's because it's after hours. The air conditioning is shut off. It actually is starting to get pretty hot here. Did you guys get your thoughts in on Pierre?
Yeah. Well, I was saying
we got interrupted, so I'm trying.
Yeah, it was broken up. But
okay.
No, I was saying that Pierre had the best of it, I thought, and you were saying that, well, maybe he just did what he needed to do, but didn't make any strong gains.
Okay. I want to talk about the guy who really doesn't even deserve to be talked about. But the reason he doesn't deserve to be talked about is the reason we're going to talk about him, and that's Jagmeet Singh. Cory, you had the tweet of the night. I'm paraphrasing you, I think, pretty closely when I say you said something to the effect of the debate moderator is going to have to take out a water pistol and start squirting him in the face. He did not present well. I mean, the NDP's got a problem with female voters, and he wears a hot pink turban. I'm not sure how that works with men, but that was not his biggest problem. It was that it was constant interruption. And in a debate, I mean, I hate to use the term, you gotta have your elbows up. God, I said it. But you have to elbow your way into a conversation from time to time. You have to be aggressive. But the guy, as you described with Cory, was just like a mosquito buzzing who never actually got to bite. And he is down so far in the polls. He is the NDP on seat projections right now is headed potentially, if current trends hold, for the worst result in the history of the NDP in Canada. We would have to go back to possibly circa World War II for a time when the NDP's main predecessor party, the CCF, Canadian Commonwealth Federation, had less seats that it's on track to get. And not just seats, you have to take it actually has a proportion of Parliament, and Parliament is bigger today than it was in, obviously, the war era. He is headed to be the biggest failure of an NDP leader in the history of that party right now. Not coming in with a lot of confidence. And I don't know. Nothing landed. He just had the same talking points. Not talking points designed to appeal to me, granted, but just a buzzing mosquito, and it came in as annoying. Cory, I'll give you the first word on how Jake Meetsney performed.
Well, it was inexplicable. I mean, it was terrible tactics. As you laid out where he's sitting, he's in a terrible position as far as a leader goes. You'd think right now what he'd want to do is try to consolidate support and target it in some spots to salvage some seats after this election. Why didn't he say something? You want to elbow your way in and make your points and reach your base because you've lost them. Well, what about organized labor? Or what about, somewhere he could have tried to reach out, but instead he just took on a pestering approach of trying to yell from the sidelines. It's like he didn't have a solid plan. It was his usual talking points. I was just surprised. I would have thought you would come in with a strategy to try and salvage what you can out of this. And if anything, as I said, if any leader actually slid backwards, I'm pretty sure it's Singh right now. If there was any soft NDP supporters who were they liked the NDP, but they were thinking of strategically voting for the Liberals, and they watched that performance out of Singh, they'd be like, okay, yeah, I'm not going to bother wasting a vote on Singh this time around. Maybe next election cycle, I'll go back to my NDP, but I'm going to throw it to the Liberals right now, which I almost, it starts to make one feel a little bit like it was tactical to support the Liberals, because that was the best gift to them tonight in a lot of ways.
Yeah, but that's a gift that really cost you to look like a clown.
Well, yeah, I mean, maybe I'm just reading too much into, there's not anything behind it aside from just him being not competent at this point, because that really was an act of political incompetence up there.
Well, he's tired. It's a tough campaign. They don't have any money. Everybody hates them, and they don't really like each other. So
he's been on the bus a lot.
I mean, this is not a happy campaign.
No.
So I think he just lost it. Like we talked about him being a mosquito. Well, okay. They fall back on the most ridiculous talking points. We were talking earlier about how the Conservatives want to throw away the key on multiple murderers. And he ended up talking about, how would you approach crime? Well, we need more mental health programs. No, that's actually not a solution. It may help some people some of the time. It does not address a problem that has become of the scale that crime has become in Toronto, we'll say, which he should be fairly familiar with. But, he says ridiculous things.
Yeah, well, and I mean, again, refusing to take a strong stance on crime. Then, I mean, you don't have to, parrot Poilievre, but read the room a little. People living in East Van who still vote pretty darned NDP, but they're also getting mugged in the night, having their cars broken into, and looking at the disaster on the streets and East Hastings. I mean, you've got to do something to try and salvage some of that support, and Singh just didn't seem to have a clue how to.
No.
Okay. That's both you on Singh, I guess. Yeah. Erika, did he sing a song for you?
Well played. I also like that you looked
No,
on,
not
put on
not
your
well played.
glasses.
I'm a dad, and I speak like a dad.
You know what? I think he actually performed the worst out of anyone, and I don't want to echo what the gentleman already said because I think they're all true. It's unfortunate actually for the Conservatives how crappy he performed because again there could be that strategic vote. It was almost like he's like, guys, I got my pension, don't really care. I already crapped the bed by not calling an election in June. I'm already going down in history worse than maybe Trudeau is, so I'm out. Like that was the tone that came into tonight. I thought the interrupting was rude. I thought everyone else actually did a very good job. Carney and Pierre both like kind of signaled the moderator, jumped into the queue appropriately. It was almost just like I've seen things so much better. I think we can all agree last debate he actually held his own quite a lot more. So I know he's got those skills and he just poorly performed tonight. It was like I would say an embarrassment. I don't think if you looked, not knowing what we know about where he needs to strategically steal votes from, that it looked like he was just spraying, preying on anyone to say anything. And I think what Cory was saying about the lack of pivoting, I would say all of the other three pivoted well back to the narrative of what they wanted to cover. And Singh's got a very specific narrative. Like he's got 4 items that he is talking about with. And he tried was like, you still need an NDP to hold the government accountable. And I think that resonates. And I think that's true. It's just, he didn't pivot back to his message. Like, man, you could talk about public safety and pivot back to what you want to talk about. You can talk about energy and pivot back to the environment. Like you don't have to answer the question in debates necessarily. And yeah, the moderator did call people out tonight for that. But who cares from Singh's perspective? What does he have to lose besides get his message and his narrative across? And even that, I think he fell short of.
Okay.
An F then from the department head.
I think we all agree Singh was by far the worst tonight. I can't really say based on the French one because it's dubbed. I don't know how well they're actually speaking. It sounded bad too, but not first.
I think he actually did a better job last night, like Singh did on talking about. He didn't answer the immigration question though. Singh didn't frankly answer any questions that I saw him actually come out with. Like, this is the NDP policy. This is what we will do. I mean, the man should scream and shout about standing up for workers and hyper focus on the seats, maybe not his own because that might already be gone, but the seats of incumbents, which I would assume is their strategy, is not lose more than we're already losing, than we already have, and focus on those. But it seemed like he was like a spray and pray candidate. Like this was his first debate and his first national stage, which isn't true. So I think he regressed from where we saw him last election.
If he wants to take your course, what would it cost him?
You know what? I might give him a discount because, man, I don't know what that guy's going to do after this, but maybe not because he's going to have a nice pension.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I'll take it offline. I'll DM him.
Okay. I'm going to take this down a unpredicted road. None of you knew I was going to do this. So we were supposed to have the post-debate press scrums today.
Mm-hmm.
Nigel, because Dave is on vacation, Dave would normally be in those conversations. He's dealing with some very pleasant matters in his life. And I have an update from Jen Hodgson. They're shutting down the press room. We're just kicking everyone out.
Democracy at its finest, ladies and gentlemen.
Amen. But yourself, Jen, and I worked very deliberately on the questions we're going to ask. You don't necessarily know what leader you're going to get to ask questions from, but because of what happened yesterday, while I'm sympathetic to a lot of what Ezra said, I was a bit miffed we didn't get a question. So we, as I said earlier on the program, we literally had Jen camp out at the front of the line as if she's trying to get concert tickets to ask the first question. It was going to go Francois Blanchet, Jagmeet Singh, Pierre Poilievre, Carney for the order coming out. I think it's done by random draw. And we spent some time today figuring, okay, well, we got one question. Who do we want it to? And I think all 4 were tough but fair. But we decided, you know what? Pierre Poilievre doesn't get hard accountability from a Western conservative perspective. So we're going to put our question to Pierre, and it's not going to be a softball. But I want to go through the 4 questions we had here.
So happy because I was going to make you do that if you did it.
Yeah,
I was like,
I've got them all in front of me here, written down. And Jen was to give one of these questions to the leaders. The objective was to get Pierre. I think we would have if the press scrum had gone forward. She was under instructions from myself and Nigel to let the other reporters go ahead of her in line until Pierre came out, and then she'd take the first question there. But let's go with all 4. This was our best attempt to be tough but fair from a very Western perspective, something they're not going to get at a federal government organized debate commission held in Montreal. So here's the Blanchette's question. We'll start with that. On March 13th, you, Blanchette, said you believe an appetite for Quebec independence will come roaring back once U.S.-Canada relations stabilize. Some have talked about Western independence, widely setting issues with Quebec. And I trust you know what those are. Roughly 30% of Quebecers want independence, and likewise in Alberta and Saskatchewan. Depending on who wins in the election and how things play out, in the event that Quebec does not secede, do you support the right of the West to seek independence? And if not, why should Quebec be allowed to leave and not Canada?
is this an example of those long preambles, or?
Well,
Derek wrote them.
We wrote
You're
them.
not in
Obviously,
LA anymore,
the
Derek.
publisher, I get to have an outsized influence in it. But I mean, like our preambles, I think, are designed to set context. They're not to make a statement, but to set the context. That's perspective and opinion, I suppose. Fair enough.
Aren't you glad you invited
What are
me
you doing
today?
holding me accountable? This is like your second time on the show.
I'm on Nigel and Cory's show all the time. It's just you don't invite
Yeah,
me.
you're on tomorrow too, so don't
Yeah.
say everything today.
Yeah, I finally got convinced you should be a regular member.
Thanks. This is that diversity thing you're talking about, right?
I just got a message from a
Gingers
friend.
are the lowest, like the most.
Michelle, our director of operations, just sent me a text saying burn. I don't know if it was a burn against
Because
me
my
or
red
burn
hair
against
or
you.
something else. Yeah.
I
who knows?
think it was a burn against
I'll take
me.
it as a win. Either way.
Fair enough. Okay. That is a question. Blanchette has actually said in the past that Alberta, Saskatchewan do not have a right to secede. I guess as long as Quebec is still stuck in Canada, they need someone to pay the bills. Anyone pick that up?
Well, you know, I have always regretted the animosity that there is in Alberta towards Quebec, because in so many ways we want the same things, and we really should be allies in it. And I think that there's a willingness and a readiness in Alberta that's not there in Quebec, and that's unfortunate. But they basically want to be left alone to do their own thing. Well, guess what? Alberta wants to be left alone to do its own thing. And they have a particular way of looking at life and their culture, their language. We don't share that, but we have our way of looking at things. And there's a real values difference between what Central Canada and Western Canada, and I think that's going to be an issue in the election, even though it's not talked about very much. So when it comes to Quebec, I would be very happy to recommend that we work with Quebec to keep the federal government in its constitutional place. Not to secede, not to seek independence, but to make the country work the way that it was supposed and designed to work. It's unfortunate that they don't see it that way, but they do want us to pay their way while we're at it. So there goes the deal. But that's how it could have been.
All right, not everyone needs to chime in. There's 4 questions here.
Yeah.
But anyone else want to chime in on the question we would have asked Blanchette? And actually, I should point out that with minor degrees of variance, these were more or less the questions that were also planned for last night if the Western Standard had not got blocked in line by all those rebel reporters.
Well, just to be quick on Blanchette, like some people have said, you know, what's that? There's a charm about him. People like the guy. And I think part of what they like, he is the most transparent, honest one of the whole bunch up there. He makes no bones about it. His first thing before answering a question, the first thing is what's best for Quebec.
Amen.
And he doesn't even care. He knows the hypocrisy of saying that the equalization should serve us and not the West. He realizes the hypocrisy of saying we have the right to secede and the West doesn't. He doesn't care. As long as the better outcome of what he's pushing is for Quebec. And we should be learning from the man rather than getting upset with him, and stop apologizing for speaking up for ourselves. Because as I said, people appreciate the honesty out of him, even if they wouldn't vote for him. They like seeing somebody who's just saying it how he feels, even if they don't agree with it.
Senator-elect Barootes.
Do you know
Should
that my last
Alberta
name
and
is Barootes?
Saskatchewan have its own block? And you know that's not a facetious or joke question.
I know.
You know me.
I know. You know what? I was thinking about that because I think you guys probably covered this, but how Quebec just came out with a very similar fair deal panel than that Alberta had presented.
Sorry, Quebec doesn't think it's getting a fair deal?
No, this is what's kind of screwed up. The premier of Alberta talked about that how like they basically think that the taxation process with the federal government doesn't benefit provinces, and they want to relook at that. So they came out with a fair deal about them collecting the taxes from the federal government and then paying back, which means that they're open to like actually looking at the federal structure. So what I would say is I think as much as we don't love the fact that a lot of our equalization formula benefits Quebec, I actually think they're our most strategic partner going forward. And that like it is fair. I was sitting there being like, isn't it wild that we have a party that is allowed to be on a national stage that talks about one province, where born and raised Saskatchewan girl, as you can see by my little prairie wall behind us,
You
with a
have
lot of
literally,
Alberta.
you're flanked by pictures of Alberta. Sorry,
Well, there's Alberta, but there's
zoom
also
into Erika again.
Saskatchewan.
She's talking
Here, I'll
about
show you. Look at
Saskatchewan.
this.
Alberta
Oh, wait.
on your
Look at
left,
that.
Alberta
That's
on your right.
Saskatchewan up
Saskatchewan
there.
above. Okay,
Yeah.
okay, I see it. But you're literally flanked by two
This
images
one is
of Alberta.
Saskatchewan. It's a picture from a farm by the where I grew
You're
up.
literally surrounded by Alberta.
Oh, that's my horse. But what I was going to say, though, is that like the fact that we have a cleavage and a regional issue that has our own panel is kind of wild, where we're actually experiencing a lot of that. And depending on how this federal election plays out, we actually will probably maybe look more like Quebec than ever before with our wanting our distinct society or wanting our views. So I think it's doable. I think it's actually like next election, maybe we just have that.
Okay, yeah. So I wanted to bring back to that original question. I think you got to it
Because
at the
you
end.
got distracted by all of my pretty
Your
pictures.
beautiful
behind
images of Alberta. I was just looking at all hell for a
It's
basement.
called prairies. It's a prairie wall.
Yeah, it's a good wall.
But no,
It's as flat
I
as the
do think
prairie.
I think it's possible. I think we're going to see. I'm actually
and
if
Alberta
the Liberal
block,
government.
like, in Canada or out. Like, is there a place?
I think it's going to be
for-
a prairie block. I don't think it's necessarily to the jurisdiction of Alberta. I think there's a lot of people. I get messages from friends all the time from Saskatchewan that are like, if the Liberals win, we're moving to Alberta because you guys are the ones that are frustrated more.
Oh, I don't know about that. I've been getting messages from my Saskatchewan boys, the ones who
Yeah.
are not exiles to Alberta. People
me.
in Saskatchewan, they're getting feisty like us. They're actually making us look bad. Like they're leading the charge in some ways.
Yeah, so
Okay.
maybe we just drop a border.
It's Buffalo, baby. Okay. Here's the question we had for Jagmeet Singh. Your party is polling at levels right now that have it on track for the worst result for the NDP in the history of the country. You yourself are at significant risk of losing your own seat. 6 months ago, you stood a chance of becoming the leader of the opposition, and you said that you were running for prime minister at that time. You're not talking about running for prime minister anymore at your rallies. Do you regret not following through on calling an election? We said you're ripping up their agreement. And do you intend to remain leader if you lose your own seat? Now, I know that's a bit of a jerk question. It's a mean question, but I think it's fair. He is leading them to their potential worst result ever in the polls, and projections in his own seat have him at significant risk of losing it. Not guaranteed, but significant. Any takers? If you're Jagmeet, anyone want to play the role of Jagmeet Singh in our make-believe press conference?
I don't take questions from the Western Standard.
Worked well for Rachel Notley.
Well, that's what he did last night with the report.
Yeah.
There you go. No, I mean, whether he stays on leader, if he loses his seat, or if he just plain loses the party, won't be his decision. There'll be a leadership review, and away they go. So everybody will be calling for his head.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think he was going to answer that, but can I throw another question at the group? Is that May 1st, right after the federal election, when the NDP is probably in dumpster fire federally, the Alberta NDP will actually be talking about their relationship at their convention with the federal party. So what do you guys think that's going to look like based on what we're seeing right now?
It's going to look a lot like what the legal paperwork says, because they may well want to disassociate themselves with the national party, because the national, but it isn't really a national party. That's an organic. When you join the Alberta,
It's
NDP,
constitutionally bound.
Yeah,
in their
you become a
constitution,
member
in their
of the national party. So if they actually want to split away, there's a whole larger discussion that's going to have to happen there.
Yeah, but I think Nitschke has wanted to, and he's had a hard time with the NDP loyal though within on that. But if Singh's dynamiting the federal party and Nitschke can make a convincing case that, look, that's an anvil around our necks.
Mhm.
We could still support our federal party, but it's time that we kind of decoupled like other parties do. I think he's going to have a stronger case after this election than he did 6 months ago.
I just want to point
strong
out,
case, but can he do it?
Yeah, well,
I just want to point out
debatable, yeah.
that Alberta NDP members like Naheed Nenshi, who want to leave the federal NDP, like disassociate themselves and be their own thing, their own party, separate. They're separatists. Those are Alberta socialist separatists. They want to separate from the federal Socialist Party and be their own independent Alberta Socialist Party. I mean, how much further do they have to move along to get on board with us? I mean,
I think we just call them federal liberals, but you do you, Derek.
okay. Yeah, it's just not a lot to talk about with Singh. Okay. This is the question that we expected to ask today. As I said, Jen Hodgson was at the front of the line. She was under instructions from the newsroom here to allow other journalists, even though she's at the very front, allow other journalists to go ahead of her, ask questions of Singh and Blanchette so that she could get the first question on Poilievre, because he doesn't really get many questions. Conservative politicians in general, but Poilievre does not get many questions. Holding them accountable from a very Western conservative perspective. And that's what this was designed to be. It's meant to be very tough but fair. Question was, Quebec got $14 billion in equalization last year, paid for primarily by taxpayers in Alberta, Saskatchewan, and BC. Premier Danielle Smith, in her list of demands last month, said Alberta is no longer agreeable to subsidizing other large provinces who are fully capable of funding themselves. You can infer that means Quebec. You said last night at the French debate that you will not make any significant changes to equalization. Beyond improving the ability to build pipelines, why should Westerners vote for you if you're committed to maintaining the liberal status quo on equalization? I mean, he's better. Unlike, say, Aaron O'Toole, Poilievre is definitively better on a lot of the issues than Pierre Poilievre's better on the issues than Aaron O'Toole. But he's still not willing to touch the big issues: equalization, Senate representation, even House of Commons representation for our population, things like that. Yet he's obviously still leading the West. He's the West's best chance in this election. Anyway, anyone want to take up? How should Poilievre answer a question like that if he had got it tonight?
Well, there's two ways. I mean, he said, how should he answer it? I mean, from an Albertan perspective, it would be that, equalization is a terribly unfair program that really hasn't brought provinces out of a rut as it's been in for 60 years now and hasn't succeeded. So maybe it's time to re-examine it. He won't say that, though. How would he answer it? Would be with a broad word salad, to be honest, because that's the only politically expedient thing to do. No federal candidate for leader is going to say that they're going to cut equalization. It would be cutting their own throat in the Maritimes in Quebec, and they just won't touch it. I despise that. That's part of why I'm the independence-minded guy that I am. But speaking strategically, he'd be a fool to say he was going to change it.
Well, I mean, that's often the case with conservative causes. The left has made them hard to speak in public, and so conservative politicians won't give you any leadership. They won't give you any leadership on equalization. They won't give you any leadership on abortion. It's just one of those things. You have to hold your nose and vote for the guy who's the least worst. And that's where we are.
Erika,
I'm going to sound like a moderate on this, but on this this panel, I always look at it like, what would I if I was briefing the leader? And I think the biggest thing he could say for Western Canada would be like, we're going to get the hell out of your lane. Equalization, I would pivot away from, given the fact that you're right, like it would alienate in a general election, and that's a post-election conversation. And I think we all know that, being from Western Canada, we're not expecting a leader, or at least realistically expecting a leader to come out hard on equalization reform. Listen, I'm personally biased. I'd love Senate reform to be on there. But I think the one thing that he could do that would earn a lot of good faith from those prairie provinces, especially, is that he would come out hard saying the federal government has no business in provincial jurisdiction, and we are going to get the hell out of your lane to let you thrive. And let's get our energy and natural resources to Tidewater, I think would actually resonate without needing to have that equalization formula conversation with Albertan, Saskatchewan, like any of the prairie provinces. So I would advise him to pivot, because we're just looking for a nugget, not all the nuggets right now.
Okay. So the Carney question we had planned. I mean, the guy, we saw it in the debate tonight. We saw it last night. We've seen it throughout the campaign so far, and ever since he was running for Liberal leader. The guy is just speaking out of both sides of his mouth on energy development, resources, pipelines. He's using very intelligent political language to appeal to both sides. He's saying, we got to be independent on energy, develop Canadian energy. He gets asked, does Quebec have a veto? He says no. But the provinces we can't do anything without the provinces, even though it's federal pipelines are federal jurisdiction, very clearly. His message has been wishy-washy. So that's the context of the question we had planned for him. We said that last night he stated his support for continuing the Trudeau equalization program. This year, taxpayers in BC, Alberta, and Saskatchewan are disproportionately paying to give Quebec nearly $14 billion. Your comments around building future pipelines and what you intend to replace the consumer carbon tax with have been ambiguous and unclear. How do you intend to continue to pay $14 billion to Quebec? And for your other election promises, if you're intent on continuing your predecessor's policies that are harmful to the ability of the West to fund federal programs.
So a nice little wedge there in Quebec.
Yeah, and he has successfully been able to speak out of both sides of his mouth on this one.
Well, that's saying earlier that this particular few hours during which the leaders debate each other is what a tremendous number of people will base their opinions on. If they haven't been following the backstory about the pipelines, about Quebec's position on pipelines, that they don't want any, they're going to take him at face value and make a decision based on whether they like him or not. It's unfortunate, but he's getting away with it. That's why we've constantly, in the Western Standard pages, have been bringing forward the full history of what Mr. Carney has said, and what he has done, and what he has written in his own words in this book, Values. And truly, we're doing you a favor by, you don't have to read it because one of us took the fall and did.
Anyone else want to pick up on, I mean, it's a question we've actually in other forms asked Carney already at press conferences with our reporters. But anyone else want to pick up on that? That he's very successfully spoken out of both sides of his mouth.
Mm-hmm.
I think he got away with it again tonight.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Did you guys talk about Derek just asking yes and saying it? Yes or no, would you repeal C-69?
Yeah, we've asked him. No.
And what was his? Yeah, he won't.
Well,
Or?
he says no, but he's going to build pipelines. But you're not going to effectively be able to build pipelines with it. I mean, so
Fair. Yeah.
From what I can tell from all the answers I've seen, I mean, I wish we had Sean Polzer, our energy and business reporter, here, but we've dismissed him for the night. The best I can tell is if you're taking the man at face value and he's not being disingenuous about anything he's saying, he would amend Bill C-69, the so-called No More Pipelines Act. So, I mean, I don't think it's beyond the realm of possibility that he would. He has not said he'll amend it. He has just said he won't repeal it, but he's going to build pipelines. But then in the next sentence, well, we're not necessarily going to build pipelines.
Well, we need to get buy-in from Indigenous groups, and we need to get buy-in from
which means they won't
provinces.
get built.
But so it won't get built.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, rhetorically, it sounds less extreme.
Maybe you
than
just
Justin
ask
Trudeau.
him what C-60, like if he can explain to Canadians what C-69 bill entails.
No, he actually seems to. He actually talked about it tonight. I think the guy actually understands that piece of legislation. He is not a
But
dumb.
he is Jekyll and Hyde, very Jekyll and Hyde in how he.
Yeah, I mean,
approaches
you're
things.
you know, to take it and polish a turd. I mean, he won't give up on that bill. He knows exactly what's in that bill, and he actually spins it to say that bill will facilitate the construction of lines. It's the lines that Trudeau used to give on that bill as well, which we know that it did. Since that bill was brought in, it has done nothing but
There's not been a single major
large
pipeline
projects
ever since it's been brought in.
But as much as people call out, I mean, you know, the term has not been used for a bit, but there's truth to it. He's got that Teflon quality. It doesn't matter. It doesn't stick to him. He can BS, and people do call him out on it. Polyev has called him out on that last night quite a bit. It doesn't matter. It just doesn't seem to matter. People believe the man, even if you.
Well, I think that's what happens, though. Unfortunately, when you are not on either end of the spectrum, but the mushy middle, that there is sometimes earmuffs that happen, and so I think that realistically, that's what the Conservatives need to know, and I think that's why Pierre kept saying C-69 tonight. If we're going to talk about like repetition and the benefit of that, he did say that bill, and I think in hopes of talking to voters, not to Carney, because I think you're right. I don't think he's going to ever veer away from liberal policies. Like he wouldn't even take accountability. There was one point where he was talking about how he didn't agree with the tactics on the gun buyback policy. And it was like the half-baked, I don't love it, but it's, you know, it's still our policy. He's very wishy-washy. He's very Jekyll and Hyde. I wish that there was a longer RIP period so that Canadians could see that, but they're just seeing snapshots. So I think Pierre played it well of just reminding Canadians about C-69 and the No More Pipelines Act, strategically anyway.
Well, I mean, Mr. Carney, Erika, has been very consistent over a large number of years about his belief that the Earth is going to fry because we're putting too much carbon in the atmosphere. And to think that...
You read his book. A lot of people didn't.
To think that he would have, well, it's not just his book. It goes all the way back to his tenure at the Bank of England. There was one significant interview that he gave back in 2011 to Lloyd's of London, the insurers, and basically he said, look, you guys are all going to go bust through climate change accidents. You need to be de-insuring people now. And so he goes back 15 years on this stuff. So the idea that, oh, well, now I'm going to be Prime Minister of Canada and I have to have a more even-handed approach. No, the whole point of him becoming the Prime Minister of Canada, in his mind, is so that he can advance this agenda. Now, he's not going to tell you that, but you can impute it from the fact that when he is put on the spot, he said, well, you say you're going to build pipelines, but then you put these conditions on it. It's pretty obvious you don't expect to be building any pipelines. So...
But liberals are like, we could all take a lesson from liberals of how not to answer a question, how to be like shiny object over here. strategically because they do it, and I don't know how they get away with it, but they seem to. Like to Cory's point, it's Teflon. So what do we do in the next 10 days to get that message out? And I don't know if the Conservative headquarters will be able to get that across the line or not. We'll see what happens in the next 10, 11 days.
Okay, I want to talk about the justice section of the debate. Some of it had to do with guns, some of it had to do with crime. Carney said you can't be tough on crime unless you're tough on guns. I don't know. The toughest thing on crime actually tends to be guns, I would say. That's neither here nor there, though, I guess. But a lot of it focused around use of the notwithstanding clause. Pierre Poilievre has said he is willing to use the notwithstanding clause preemptively on legislation for consecutive sentences on major crimes like murder and rape and stuff. Right now, you can get a 3-for-1 deal. You kill 3 people, well, you get 3. Your sentences are not concurrent; they're congruent. What's the
consecutive?
Concurrent.
You're either concurrent.
Yeah, so if you had 10 years,
or
10 years,
yeah.
they go in 10 years as opposed to 10 plus 10.
Yeah,
whatever that word is.
yeah. So you're doing 20 years or 10 years, whatever it is, all at the same time.
Yeah, you get like 8 for the price of 1.
Yeah. So if you're gonna kill one, I mean, if you're committing a robbery in a home and you kill the dad, well, you may as well shoot the wife and kids
In for
too.
a penny, in for a pound. You might as
Yeah, like it's the same sense. It's absolutely freaking madness. I mean, sometimes it's almost funny. You see sentencing in the States, and they sentence you to, 10,000 years plus purgatory or something like that. It's almost comical, but it's like I kind of like it. He's willing to use the notwithstanding clause for it. All of the other parties are against it. And Mark Carney, we talked about this earlier. He's obviously opposed to it. Blanchet, Singh opposed to it. But Poilievre had a good comeback on that. He's like, I want to defend Canadians from criminals. You want to defend turkeys from hunters. It was a good line, and it kind of encapsulated things, I think. But Carney tried to position himself as the defender of Canadians' rights and freedoms. Yet it is his party leading the government, and him explicitly speaking up at the time that strongly supported using the War Measures or Emergencies Act, which has been ruled clearly unconstitutional, the use of that act at that time for that purpose, for the Freedom Convoy. How do you, maybe it'll play different out east, but how does he square positioning himself as the defender of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms when he supported its most gross abuse and end run around it in the history of the country as long as we've had a charter?
Yeah, well, because most people don't make that connection. You can say that.
Yeah,
I mean, this is one of the moments in this evening's debate when actually Pierre scored one. Apart from the turkey line, he just said, "You want to defend rights. Of criminals. I want to defend the rights of the people who were murdered. There has to be a consequence." And I think most people get that.
Well, he just keeps saying, "Oh, well, I've only been a prime minister for a month." And that seems to work. Everything prior to that isn't his fault. He's just been the prime minister for a month.
Even though he's on the record supporting the use.
Doesn't matter. He wasn't the prime minister.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the line he's using, and the thing that's making me rip my thinning hair out that I can't afford.
Idiots out east are buying it.
It's working.
The idiots out east are buying it.
So that's going to be his response. And until I see something different in the response from people or in the polls or something, he's going to keep doing it. I mean, if it works, you do it. People's memories don't go that far back.
I mean, do you think it's working, Nigel? Like you just said, it
Well,
wasn't
the
me.
polls, according to the polls, it is. I still don't trust the polls, but according to the polls, he's doing very well. People are buying it.
I'm actually a bit more Canadian pollsters. I mean, one individual firm can be wrong, but when you take them all in aggregate, it tends to be better. I mean, like, we had that Iowa poll showing that Kamala Harris was going to win Iowa. I was like, all right, that person's on drugs. Write that off. But the polling consensus is, the Liberals are winning right now. how I guess this is a good segue to where I want to go next, which is how, Carney said at one point, to paraphrase, I know you say to Polyev, I know you wish you were running against Justin Trudeau, which I think is true.
Yes.
Of course he wishes he was running against Trudeau. But I'm not Justin Trudeau. So therefore, everything you say, I'm rubber, you're glue, whatever you say, bounces off me and sticks to you. Erika. Do we still have Erika? No? Do we not have Erika? No? Okay, we'll see if we can get Erika back in. Cory. Did Polyev successfully connect Carney to Trudeau tonight? I mean, obviously they're connected, and he tried to make that connection. The website still says, you haven't even updated the website, still says you're the economic advisor to Trudeau. How successful was Polyev in connecting and tying Carney to Trudeau?
I think he's as successful as he can be. He tried, a couple of times, and hopefully some of that sticks to people. As others said, it's the name that must not be uttered. You notice the Liberals, one thing they've been surprising, and it means that Trudeau was at least cooperative about, is he disappeared. He has completely dropped off the planet for this month, and they've just politely asked him, can you go somewhere sunny and stay away from cameras and microphones and everything until this campaign's over with? And he's done it. He has disappeared, and again, it works, right? People are forgetting. So we'll see. I mean, it's worth Pierre kind of trying to keep bringing it up. Okay, Justin's gone, but the whole rest of his rotten team is still there. Hopefully voters remember that. There was more to that party than just Justin. Justin was just the most annoying part of it.
Nigel, let me ask the question kind of in from the mirror image. Did Carney successfully manage to not wear Justin Trudeau tonight?
With people who have been following this, not at all. With people for whom this is the only politics they're going to get between the dropping of the writ and the going to the polls, yes. So,
I feel you're correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I hate shutting it down. We've got so many bloody people watching. But, I was going to say I had to work tomorrow. I guess I don't. It's Good Friday.
do. Good Friday.
You got to work. Well, Western Standard, even non-work days.
So if you want another hour and a half of it, tune in tomorrow at 11 o'clock. Poor John is going to be coming in, and we are...
Are you working?
Yes.
You guys are working? Okay, and also you guys can't see, but our producer, John, last name unpronounceable to an Alberta boy like me. But John has been doing a fantastic job as our new audiovisual producer here at Standard. I'm going to put a pin in it. We got a lot of people. We've got a ton of people watching right now, but I don't want to abuse your attention. Go watch. I'm going to say something you're never going to hear again. Go watch the CBC. Just not because you're going to get anything good out of it, but because you should watch the other perspective. See what those kinds of people have to say. It just
those people.
You people.
You people.
You people.
You
Go
people
see what
CBC.
you people have to say. Just see their perspective. If you haven't had your if you junkies who haven't had your fill of politics for the night. I've had my fill of politics. I gotta go home. Put my kids to. Oh, one of my kids is already. Both are probably asleep. But I gotta go at least give them a hug. So, Nigel, Cory, thank you very much. Producer John, fantastic job. Jen, who's not with us to the stream anymore, she's in Montreal and she's off doing the written version of the story. And Erika Barootes, who's been with us for most of the night. And thank all of you. I'm deeply appreciative of all of you joining us tonight. The Western Standard is one of the last non-government funded media outlets left in Canada. We want your support. We need your support. Please go to westernstandard.news, click on subscribe. It's only $10 a month or $100 a year for unlimited access to get past the pesky paywall. Paywall, which is down temporarily thanks to a huge number of donations we've received for the remainder of the election. Then it's going to go back up. And who knows? If this election goes the way of some crazy bastards in Toronto and Montreal, you might need the Western Standard more than ever. Thank you very much for joining us tonight. God bless the West.